Come to Helmuth Ford, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
Hi, this is Stacy from Shuttler Insurance Services. Come see me on the east side of the square in Sigourney for all your insurance needs.
Skunk River Radio is a brand new online radio station playing country music from 1990 through 2010 with some Iowa country music sprinkled in. Listen right now at skunkriverradio.com. Plus, the Skunk River Radio app will soon be available at Google Play and the Apple Store. Also coming soon, Skunk River Radio will be available on Alexa and Google Assistant. And starting on Monday, June 9th, you'll be able to listen to me, Steve Shuttler, from 6 a.m. to noon, and Neil the Hayes Crott from noon to 6 p.m. Skunk River Radio, a division of Shuttler Media, LLC. To Steve Shuttler Media, our Pekin softball coverage here on Facebook and YouTube, also broadcasting on the Skunk River Radio Facebook page. We are in Iowa City, as you can clearly see on your screen, at the University of Iowa Pearl Field tonight. It is a beautiful field. It's a warm afternoon, soon to be warm evening here in Iowa City. We've got Pekin and Central City first, and we've got Pekin and Keota for the second game later on. We do thank our sponsors for tonight's broadcasts of this double-header action. Fremont Funeral Chapel, Daisy Dew Landscaping, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, Oski Dental, Nutrien Ag and Hedrick, Copeland Auto Body, Cranston Family Funeral Home, and Fairfield Precast Concrete. Of course, Josh Clubb is hanging out with us tonight to do play-by-play. We're also going to be joined on a third microphone tonight by Mr. A.J. Johnson from KTVO. He's hanging out with us this evening as well. He came all the way up to Iowa City from Ottumwa. Of course, you know A.J. from the sports section on Saturday mornings here on Steve Shuttler Media as well. So I'm going to be, surprise, singing the national anthem before the game starts tonight. So I'm going to be running over there here in just a little bit. We do have a crowd microphone outside picking up some of the crowd applause. We're actually inside the press box tonight. But Josh, I'll hand it over to you.
Alrighty, yeah, beautiful place to be for a doubleheader for tonight, Pekin and Central City. Pekin fans, if they're not aware, Central City about 20 minutes northeast of Cedar Rapids. They are the Wildcats. They're off to a 10-10 start here on the season. The Panthers come in at 5-7. Most recently getting a win last night by a score of 6-3. We had the Panthers conference game the other night against Highland on the air, where they lost that one 9-7 in heartbreak fashion. As of right now, they're getting the starting lineups out on the field. I'll go through them quick. Pekin is the host of these two games, so Central City is the visiting team, and leading off for them is Avery Weiss, the second baseman. Batting second is Madison Silver, the third baseman. Batting third and pitching, Addison Grayland. Catching and batting fourth is number 21, Sloan Smith. Batting fifth, number 2, Emma Walton. She's playing right field. Batting sixth, wearing jersey 4, Brooke Silver. The center fielder, batting seventh, number 10, Savannah Koch. She's playing shortstop. Batting eighth, number 24, Haley Walker, the first baseman, and batting ninth, number 27, Madeline Brown, playing left field. The Panthers, very standard players, a little bit different in the lineup, using a DP and a flex tonight. But starting out for them, leading off, of course, will be Carly Gamble, the catcher, and then Addison Smith will be playing left field. Maya Bainbridge will be playing third base. Batting fourth will be Anna Hadley. She's the designated player tonight. She is the DP for the flex right fielder, Maya Glick. Batting fifth, number 23, Kendra Schultz. She's playing shortstop. Batting sixth is Michaela Shuttlefield. She's playing first base. Batting seventh, number 24, Kennedy Long, the second baseman. Batting eighth, number 2, Ezra Parsons. She's got the start on the mound tonight, and batting ninth, number 1, the center fielder, Abby Geis. So that is how the Panthers will start this one out tonight. And as you can see, the players being introduced on the field, and momentarily we'll get the national anthem, as Steve had mentioned, sung by Steve here at Bob Pearl Field in Iowa City. These high school kids getting a chance to play on a college diamond, all turf infield, turf outfield. Very hot turf. We were down on the field level here before the game, and it is very warm down there. And with it being high school players there, they were asked to wear tennis shoes. So see if that comes into play. I have a feeling it felt pretty slick in my tennis shoes down there. I have a feeling it's probably going to have the most effect on pitchers, as the mound also just kind of blends in with the rest of the turf. So we'll see how Ezra Parsons starts out the first inning. Of course, both pitchers are going to have to deal with it. And we will get through the team leaders and such here after they finish up the starting lineups. We'll get the national anthem. And as during warm-ups, we'll go through the leaders for these two teams. Central City's last game was on June 12th. They had a doubleheader against Midland where they won both of those by scores 8-0. Prior to that, they were at Albernat where they lost 8-6 and 6-0. And here is Steve with the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Alrighty, that was the national anthem sung by Mr. Shetler, as he's going to come back and join me here momentarily.
Thank you.
And we will get this thing underway as Ezra Parsons will step to the mound and start throwing her warm-up pitches. Some of the team leaders for the Central City Wildcats, Sloan Smith is the hits leader. She's got 25, batting .439 with 12 runs. She's got 15 RBIs, 2 doubles, and 6 stolen bases. Beacon's hits leader is Maya Bainbridge, the senior, has got 20 hits, a batting average of .526, 12 runs, 13 RBIs, 4 doubles, 3 home runs, and 3 stolen bases. Those 13 RBIs make her the RBI leader for the Panthers as well. Savannah Koch is the RBI leader for the Central City Wildcats. She's got 21 hits, 375 average, 13 runs, 19 RBIs, 2 doubles, and 10 stolen bases. Parsons is the wins leader for the Panthers with 3. She's pitched 27 2/3 innings with an ERA of 5.31. Addison Grayland, who's also starting tonight, is the wins leader for Central City with 6 wins, 70 innings pitched, and an ERA of 1.8. So very good ERA over 70 innings for Addison Grayland. And we'll see if the Panthers can pick up on her pitches here tonight as we are getting the throw down now, the final warm-up pitch. And Steve, you're back. You survived. You sang a national anthem at Iowa Hawkeye Sports Complex.
I did, yeah. That's a lot of fun. Knock it off that off my bucket list. Singing the national anthem at a University of Iowa event.
And we also got AJ with us. He's over there running the computer in the stadium now.
Sometimes you just got to go for it.
You just got to go for it. With the first
batter. Myself.
First batter stepping in, Avery Weiss, the second baseman, wearing jersey number 8 for the Wildcats. She steps in on the left side, and we are set to get underway. First pitch from Parsons is outside for ball number 1.
6 o'clock on the dot. They did that well.
They did. And
First pitch.
I was telling Steve, Avery Weiss, and Madison Silver here, first couple batters, this next pitch is right down Broadway for strike one. I used to live up in the Marion area, and Central City not that far away. Avery was actually, I coached her when I was coaching 8U softball, so good to see that she's still at it many years later. Outside, ball 2, 2-1 count to the leadoff hitter Weiss for Parsons. The way the Panthers are out in the field, of course, Parsons on the hill, Gamble behind the plate. Bainbridge at third, Schultz at shortstop, Long at second base, Shuttlefield at first. The 2-1 is high for ball 3. In the outfield, you got Smith over there in left, Geis in center, and Glick in right. Glick is playing in the flex position here tonight. As we await the 3-1 from Parsons. She fires pitch and called strike 2. And our crowd mic picking up the Pekin faithful.
I had to warn everybody around the microphone what was going on.
The payoff pitch is swung on a miss, got her to chase one upstairs. Parsons starts the night out with a strikeout. One out here in the top of the first inning, and that'll bring up Madison Silver. Silver, an eighth grader, second eighth grader. Weiss is a junior. Madison Silver, an eighth grader for the Wildcats. Playing third base tonight. First pitch to her is swung on and grounded softly. Bainbridge Fields flips it over to Shuttlefield in time for the second out.
It's textbook right there. Making the plays, the easy plays, that's the way to get it done.
Yes, and you just don't know what to expect. You know, obviously these teams are not going to be used to playing on a turf infield, so ball has a little more bounce to it than normal. Bainbridge did a good job of finishing that off. This pitch is sails outside and high for ball 1 to Addison Grayland, the pitcher for the Wildcats. Grayland stays in the box, and Ezra takes a quick walk around. Oh, we had Abby Geis out there in center field tying her shoe. Just a neat opportunity for these high schoolers, especially Geis is a senior, or she's actually a junior. Here, this pitch is fouled back into the seats for strike 1. But Geis, a junior, you know, you just play in a position where you're literally standing by a giant tiger hawk. Pitch is smoked over to Schultz. She catches the line drive for the third out. So Wildcats go down 1-2-3, and we will head to the bottom of the first inning. Leading off for the Panthers will be Gamble, Smith, and Bainbridge.
Schedule your next dental appointment with Dr. Dan Schuster at Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. They're accepting new patients. Oski Dental will file all of your insurance forms for you. They're a Delta dental provider. And Oski Dental is located at 902 South 17th Street in Oskaloosa. That's Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. We make smiles happen at Oski Dental. The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss. Let the staff at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa help you in your time of need. All right, as always, we thank all of our sponsors on board for Pekin softball coverage here on Steve Shetler Media Facebook and YouTube, Skunk River Radio Facebook as well. We've got Josh Clubb doing our play-by-play, AJ Johnson from KTVO also hanging out as our color commentator here on Steve Shetler Media. Going to the bottom of the first, 0-0.
And Addison Grayland the senior will step in there. She'll deal with Carly Gamble first. Gamble steps in. First pitch to her is low and inside for ball 1. As Parsons started out well with just 10 pitches. She got 2 strikeouts. as she put the Wildcats away in order. Here's the 1-0. Swung on a miss by Gamble for strike one. As Gamble moves tighter to the plate now. Toes on the white line. The pitch. Swung on it. Hit hard down the third base line. Foul for strike two. It'll be a 1-2 to Carly Gamble, the catcher for the Panthers tonight.
A little bit of a feeling out process. Looks the first pitch in and then starts swinging. Wonder if she's found what she's looking for already.
Yes, and just so you guys all know, I'm going to tell AJ right now, just butt in whenever you want. I'm not used to having somebody help me. So
All right, good.
I can usually do it without taking a breath. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled back to the net. To keep the count at 1-2 strikes to the leadoff hitter for the Panthers, Carly Gamble.
Perfect. I was looking for my spots. I didn't want to overtake it.
I will not be offended. I look forward to the extra oxygen I'll get tonight with having you jump in. The 1-2. Changeup is hit softly on the third base line and fielded in foul territory. Wise play by Silver there at third base to let that ball drift foul. I think Gamble would have beat that out easily.
Hey, let's go 60 and all. Come on, Gamble.
Count remains 1-2 strikes to Carly Gamble. She's fouled a couple off here. This will be the sixth pitch of the at-bat. Pitch is swung on a miss, got her to chase one high and away.
Tough break. Yeah, really smart play by the third baseman to let it go. Comes back under the box and can't get her done.
Hey, come on, Sonny, here, let's go.
And that'll bring up Addison Smith. Smith will bat from the right side at this at-bat. Switch hitter. Swings at the first one that it was high. Way up and out of the zone. The catcher Smith, last name is Smith, also had actually almost jumped to catch that one. Had Addie to chase it. This pitch is inside for ball one. So 1-1. And Grayland worked quickly between pitches there. Now she steps off the mound for a moment. 1-1. Swung on and fouled back to the net for strike two. Good sign for Pekin. Your first two hitters are getting the bat on the ball on their first time through. That always is a sign of good things to come later on in the game. The pitch is swung on a miss, got her to chase another one upstairs for the strikeout. Two-way.
Looked like a late swing on that one there. Wonder if the excitement's getting to him down there playing on the Bob Pearl field.
Yeah.
Seeing all the Iowa Hawkeyes labels just makes you want to hit one, right?
Yeah, and get you all a little bit more excited than normal. Here's Bainbridge. She swings at a high one for strike number one. So the Panthers start out the same way the Wildcats did, 2 strikeouts. Bainbridge, of course, has the power to take it deep. Swung on and missed for strike two. But if you're thinking about that, any hitter or anybody will tell you, as a hitter, if you're thinking that you're going deep, you're probably not going to hit it deep. You're probably going to end up swinging through it. Bainbridge has an 0-2. Pitch is swung on a miss for strike three. Got her in 3. So Grayland comes in and strikes out the side. The Panthers go down in order, and we will flip to the second inning. Due up for the Wildcats, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters, and Sloan Smith, Emma Walton, and Brooke Silver.
For landscaping, excavation, and construction, Daisy Do Landscaping can do almost anything. Give them a call to see how they can help you out. Daisy Do Landscaping can help with new landscaping installation, planting trees, shrubs, and perennials, plus lawn seeding, fertilizing, and spraying. Daisy Do Landscaping at 641-919-1290 in Ollie, Iowa. You can find Daisy Do Landscaping on Facebook.
Keokuk County Medical Clinic is your one-stop shop for healthcare. Our behavioral health providers offer a wide range of services to help you reach your goals. We have multiple family practice providers who see patients of all ages for acute and chronic care. Through a partnership with Bloom Pediatrics of Ottumwa, McKenna Bond, ARNP, is here on Wednesday and Friday mornings to give your child the special care they need. Libby Dasso, PAC, is here for all your rheumatology needs. Jack's Corner Drug is located just down the hall for your convenience.
All right, we are back here at the University of Iowa Pearl Field. We've got Pekin softball against Central City. Thanks to all of our sponsors for making our broadcast possible this season. A cool opportunity for Pekin to have a couple of games here in Iowa City against Central City, and later on we'll have the Keota game as well. Let's go to the second inning.
All right, that'll bring up Sloan Smith. She comes in tonight batting .439, and she hits a base hit over shortstop's head to start the inning. Guy fields it out there in center, flips it to second, and we have our first base runner aboard of the game.
Early in the second, a change of pace already. That's what I was thinking. You calm them down. We get into the game. You've had your excitement swinging out here at Pearl Field, and now it's time to play softball.
And here is Emma Walton. Walton out in right field tonight, showing bunt the whole time. Doesn't pull it back till late. This pitch was called a ball. Walton's batting a .371 coming into today. She bunts this one. It's a pop-up. Gamble dives and nearly makes the catch, but just about the width of the seams away from making that grab.
Way to hustle.
Seen her make some nice diving catches from behind the plate there on those little, well, basically bunt foul balls and lazy little pop-ups behind the plate. So the 1-1 to Walton. Smith over at first. Walton lays down the bunt. Fielded by Bainbridge. Fires the first. Shuttlefield gets the put out. Smith moves up to second on the play. Be the first out. Walton certainly not hiding the fact in that at bat that she was going to bunt, holding it out before Parsons was even had a foot on the rubber, and sticking with it. And here is Brooke Silver. First pitch to her is swung on and missed for strike number 1. Sloan Smith out there at second. Pitches outside for ball 1. Get sort of a swing at 1. 1-2 now. I was thinking before the game, AJ, that these girls wearing tennis shoes, and then we walked out on the field right when we got here, and there's not much difference between the pitching mound or the pitching rubber and the turf. So just wondering how they came out, and both of them came out throwing well. This pitch has popped up to the first base side and out of play, actually off the net. Shuttlefield gave chase, but hit the net before she could get there.
Looks like they found their footing for the most part, but I also wonder, the first baseman's run a little quicker if that was in play. Kind of careful stepping towards the the ball coming back out. It'll be very interesting to see the speed of play and how the pace changes.
Here is the 1-2. Called strike 3. Got her looking for the second out.
Okay, here we go. 2 down.
And now the coach is going to send out a courtesy runner for his catcher. Smith is the catcher out there at second with 2 outs. Get courtesy in there and see if I can. I think it looks like a number 18, which is Deshella Maniakski. Steve's mic is not on. He made a comment about my pronunciation. But first pitch to Koch is outside. Gets her to swing at 1, chops it foul right back behind for strike number 1. It'll be a 1-1. Now with, we'll just say Deshella, we'll just say the first name. With her there, even when Smith was out there, really cautious leadoffs from second base, especially with the Panthers staying in position. Not really pushing the issue. Here's the 1-1. This is outside.
And Smith is out there. I thought they were going to make a move with everyone, like you said, staying in place, but doesn't seem like much action. Wasn't really aggressive to start here.
The 2-1. Swung on and popped up to the first base side. Carly Gamble's back there, and she'll make the grab along the wall for the third out. So Carly Gamble gets out there, puts away the Wildcats, and that'll end the top of the second. We'll head to the bottom with Hadley, Schultz, and Shuttlefield.
Schedule your next dental appointment with Dr. Dan Schuster at Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. They're accepting new patients. Oski Dental will file all of your insurance forms for you. They're a Delta dental provider. And Oski Dental is located at 902 South 17th Street in Oskaloosa. That's Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. We make smiles happen at Oski Dental. And again, we do thank all of our sponsors here on Steve Shetler Media, Facebook, YouTube, and Skunk River Radio Facebook for being on board. While we have a few seconds, we'll show you around. There's not it's not like a ton of seating here at Pearl Field. There's enough, though, for a softball crowd. So we do have several fans here, as you can see, from Pekin and Central City that are hanging out on a sunny day. I'm sure some of the fans out there are getting a little bit of sunshine. Might get sunburnt today, but we've got our crowd mic out there in the mic. We're in the press box, actually behind a glass. So we wanted to get you guys, our viewers, the feel of the crowd. So our crowd mic is out there, but Josh got the call of the game. AJ Johnson with us from KTVO.
All right, Anna Hadley starts her off bat. Chased the first one upstairs, got a piece of the second one, and she's down 0-2. Notice the Kyoto Eagles, their softball team is in attendance. They're over there watching this first game as they'll wait and play Pekin after this. This pitch is inside to Hadley. And we count to 1 2 Anna is the designated player tonight. She is batting in place of the right fielder, Maya Glick. Pitch is swung on, and this is a base hit to right center field. Hadley will settle in at first.
Great spot. Let find some space. Easy single. Nice base hit. Gets them going. See if they can follow suit.
This is interesting the way that this is playing out because the hitters are kind of doing what the other team did thus far. First two struck out in the first inning for Pekin, as did Central City, and then leadoff hitters both single to start the second inning. This pitch to Schultz checks her swing on a high pitch for ball number 1. And they do appeal down. Base umpire says that she did not go. It didn't look like she did. Schultz settles in. Pitch is inside. That was close.
Yeah. I was waiting for the signal.
A situation though, good take by Schultz because clearly you didn't want to hit it, so you got plenty of pitches to work with. Here's the pitch. This is inside again for a 3-0 count.
Now it's got to be perfect. You wait for your turn. Make a pitch to you.
Called strike 1 right down the middle. Taking all the way. Schultz pops this one out to center field, and this will drop for another base hit. Hadley had to slow up, but able to get second safely. And Pekin back-to-back hits to get this bottom of the second going. That'll bring up Michaela Shuttlefield, playing first base tonight. Got much into Pekin's stats yet.
Tiger Hawk's like a big old target out there. You might
it is.
Want to be careful. You keep aiming the same spot, they might know where you're going. Today's a good day to hit to all fields.
Yeah. The mouth of the Tiger Hawk would be a good spot to send a liner because that's gonna drop almost every time unless you got a real quick center fielder. Shuttlefield's pitch is swung on, and the bat goes flying out of Shuttlefield's hands as she slips to the ground on the swing. Seems to get up and be all right.
That's the one thing about turf school that's different,
Hang in there, kiddo.
So Shuttlefield during warm-ups kind of slip as well, trying to stretch for a ball thrown to her first base. So See if footing continues to be an issue for her. This pitch is low for ball one. Runners at first and second, no one out for the Panthers. It's Hadley at second, Schultz at first. Pitch is swung on and missed for strike two. This is some sort of off speed. I think she was trying to throw a changeup, went upstairs on her. Shuttlefield takes. Evens the count at 2 apiece. Swung on and missed for strike three. And the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up Kennedy Long. Long, a sophomore, playing second base tonight for the Panthers. The pitch is bunted. Popped up back to the pitcher. Runner is able to get back, though, for the second out.
Great extension by the pitcher. Yeah, that bunt just got away from her. Just hit the bat, went straight up.
Yeah, it's almost that first pitch seems to always sail up in the zone, and she kind of brought her bat up there to it and just sent it in the air. Here is Ezra Parsons. First pitch to her is swung on and missed. Again, elevated in the zone. Pitch is swung on and missed. Got her to go upstairs again. Strike two to Ezra. Grayland's pitch is chased way upstairs this time for strike three. And that will end the inning. So the inning that started with back-to-back base hits ends with 3 down in a row. And that'll send us to the third inning, still scoreless. Be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in Walker, Brown, and Weiss.
The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss. Let the staff at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa help you in your time of need. And we thank all of our sponsors on board for Pekin softball coverage here on Steve Shetler Media Facebook and YouTube, also broadcasting on Skunk River Radio Facebook tonight. And we are at the University of Iowa. We do thank Fremont Funeral Chapel, Daisy Dew Landscaping, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, Oski Dental, Nutrien Ag and Hedrick, Copeland Auto Body, Cranston Family Funeral Home, and Fairfield Precast Concrete. AJ, while we got a second, I do have to ask you, we were talking earlier this morning on the sports section that you were going to be eating some barbecue today. Did you get the barbecue in?
I absolutely did. It was the first. I didn't even put the GPS to Bob Pearl Field. I put it to Pop's Barbecue. It's the first place I stopped in town, and it was the right choice. I'm surprised I haven't fallen asleep yet. You know, the itis is great.
Well, I'm glad to hear you got your barbecue.
I did. I am a big fan of the Iowa City. I will tell you that.
Here is Haley Walker, the first baseman, her first at bat tonight, batting in the 8th spot for the Wildcats. Parsons' pitch. Called strike one. Just caught the outer half.
A little right to left action on that one there.
Yeah. Pitches. Same spot, but blooped over to Long. Long has a bounce, cannot gather it in. And Walker able to make it to first. Probably scored as an error.
I would imagine so. It came off the bat as awkward as the pitch came in. And
yep. And that's just it. If that was a dirt infield when she didn't catch that, it probably just stays right about in that spot. But with this turf infield, it definitely bounced around a little bit. Here's a pitch that misses low and away for ball one to the number 9 hitter, Madeline Brown. Brown playing left field tonight. Pitch is goes behind Brown to the backstop. running as Walker. Gamble throws it down and made a play out of it. That was...
Now you're starting to see the turf come into play a little more because on a dirt field, I think that's an out. But she caught it, slowed up, and caught her footing before she looked for the runner. Either way, she's on.
Yeah, and they're going to... Walker's the first baseman, and they're going to get this will be a pinch runner now. Same gal, the same gal that Courtesy ran for the catcher. So now...
What's her name again, Josh?
Michella? Michalia?
Putting you on the spot.
Here you go, Steve. It's right here. You can read it. It's right there, see?
Deshella Murray's
There's no R in there.
Munyakazi would be my best. Munyakazi would be my guess. And if Deshella's family is listening, we apologize.
Yeah,
we're doing our best on that one.
3-0 count to Brown now. Fakes the bunt, and she'll walk in 4 pitches.
Parsons, the last batter up on there. And I was wondering when a pitcher bats last and they don't get on base, how they come out mentally for the next ad in the circle. And got 2 on right now.
Back to the top, and Avery Wise, first pitch to her is called strike. She struck out in 6 pitches, all 6 pitches before that strikeout. Back to open up the game here is Parson winds and delivers. This is outside for ball 1.
Come on, Ezra!
The pitch is fouled back to the net for strike 2. 1-2 now to Weiss. No runner has gotten further than second base in this game thus far. We're in the top of the 3rd inning, still scoreless. The pitch is low. Couldn't have missed by much, but we're also not at the best angle either.
Looked like a good spot from where we are.
Yeah.
I was waiting for the signal, and we got the other.
2-2 is swung on and missed for strike 3. In the first out of the inning. 4th strikeout for Parsons. And she'll deal with Madison Silver, who struck out in her first at bat. First pitch is high and away for ball 1. Silver was batting a .368 on the year. She does have 18 RBIs. This pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1.
Probably right at the top of the zone. Had to take the swing. And Parsons getting comfortable in the here in the 3rd.
She has. The pitch is swung on and popped up to the shortstop Schultz. She makes the grab to secure the second out of the inning. And that'll bring up Addison Grayland, pitcher for the Wildcats. So the last inning ended with Parsons, the pitcher, at the plate. We'll see if Parsons can return the favor here to Grayland. Pitch is swung on, and this is lofted towards the hole at shortstop. Lets it bounce, and it bounces away from her. They're going to still have a chance at the force at 3rd, and they get it. And that was quite the slide there.
Way to get it out, though.
That is, but nonetheless, they got the out. So that will retire the side. Pick up 1 hit and error. Left 2 on, and we will head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Due up for the Panthers will be the 9-1-2 hitters in Geis, Gamble, and Smith.
For landscaping, excavation, and construction, Daisy Do Landscaping can do almost anything. Give them a call to see how they can help you out. Daisy Do Landscaping can help with new landscaping installation, planting trees, shrubs, and perennials, plus lawn seeding, fertilizing, and spraying. Daisy Do Landscaping at 641-919-1290 in Ollie, Iowa. You can find Daisy Do Landscaping on Facebook. And as always, we thank all of our fantastic sponsors on board for our Pekin softball coverage here on Steve Shetler Media Facebook and YouTube. Also on Skunk River Radio on Facebook. Our sponsors again include Fairfield Precast Concrete, Cranston Family Funeral Home, Copeland Auto Body, Nutrient Ag in Hedrick, Oski Dental, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, Daisy Do Landscaping, and Fremont Funeral Chapel. We're at the University of Iowa Pearl Field on a sunny Saturday evening, and Pekin and Central City going to the bottom of the third.
Abby Geis, the center fielder, will start from the left side for the Panthers. Their night against Highland. She put the ball in play at every at-bat. We'll see if she continues that streak here. Tries a bunt the first one and misses for strike one.
Trying to give Abby the nickname Juice. It hasn't taken yet. She hasn't accepted it yet, but we'll give it to her all season, see what happens.
Here she chases a high one for strike two. And the Panthers have all fell victim to going upstairs. Hard to force yourself to lay off that, especially if it has rise action on it. This pitch is just missed. Ball one. 1-2 is way outside. Ball two, 2-2 to the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the third inning for the Panthers.
It has some heat on it if it was down the middle. I got there fast.
Sure did. The 2-2 is sliced foul. Keep the at-bat alive. No runner has gotten past second base yet. Abby Geis at the very back of the box awaits the 2-2. This is a changeup that bounces before the plate for ball three, so works count full.
Hey, win it here, Juan.
What kind of changeup was it, Josh?
It was an American standard changeup. Here's the payoff pitch. Outside, ball four. Geis walks.
Just to let AJ in on the inside joke, we see a Chinese changeup from Addie Smith occasionally. So.
What does a Chinese changeup look like?
It's when you flip the ball forward before they windmill their arm.
Oh.
It's very weird looking. Here's the pitch to Gamble. Geis tries to steal second on the play and cannot get there. Central City's able to gun her down by nice throw by Smith. I did not see what the umpire called the pitch. He called it a ball. He just held the signal. It's 1-0. Gamble. This one misses outside for ball number two. This is swung on a missed. Strike one. Could hear the pop of that mitt all the way up here. I'm sure our microphone helped us, but
I'll say it probably sounds great on the crowd mic.
yeah, the pitch. Swung on and lofted over to the shortstop, and Koch settles under to make the catch for the second out. Two-way.
The contact got just underneath that and kind of put some backspin on it.
Is Addison Smith will step in, and she's going to bat from the left side this time through. All the way back of the box. The pitch is slap motion fouled off. It hit the catcher's shoulder. Seems to be all right, though. But yes, AJ, when the Chinese changeup happened, and Steve took it upon himself to nickname every pitch with a different country.
And now we got the American standard.
Yeah. And
You guys are gonna have to get on that on a reel one day and share it with all your fans.
Yeah,
out here.
and when it goes across, sweeps the nation as the latest trend. It all started on Steve Shetler Media at Bob Pearl Field in Iowa City. As Addison Smith, Central City, took a quick timeout to let their catcher gather himself. Smith slaps a hit out to center field for a base hit. And she's aboard with 2 outs. Smith not affected by the turf at all with her running. She got there in a hurry. Has some good wheels on her. And this brings up Bainbridge. Maya struck out her first time up in 3 pitches, swinging at all of them.
I have a feeling we'll get our first runner past second this at-bat series.
First pitch is swung on and missed.
Just a feeling.
Just a feeling.
Don't quote me.
I would absolutely be sending the runner in this situation. Why not? Your best hitter could, if she doesn't make it, your best hitter gets a fresh count 0-2 on Bainbridge now. 0-2 is swung on and popped up to the left side and falling foul and bouncing out of play. Left fielder Brown had a long ways to go to get there, and that ball had some air under it, but couldn't quite get there in time. So the count will remain 0-2. This is a changeup that's hit hard back up the middle. Second baseman can't hang on. Smith rounds second. She's going to get to third.
The feel is real.
The feel is real, and Smith holds up at third. So Bainbridge, I would say that.
Fleet feet on Bainbridge. You're right. She's the only one. You're right. She's the only one I've seen taking this turf the right way.
Call a time. Nonetheless, I think it was scored as an error on the scoreboard, but I would call that a hit. As hard as she hit that, second baseman had to move quite a bit. This is Hadley. Chases one upstairs. Bainbridge takes second. Hadley had the first hit of the game for the Panthers, out to right center field.
You're looking to replicate just another base hit, and you may get one on the board here.
This pitch is popped up and out of play.
Caught in the stands.
It was caught by the one fan that is in between the umbrellas. Everybody was hiding under their umbrella, and he just popped up and caught it. So, nonetheless, it's a second strike on Anna. So she's got an 0-2. She had an 0-2 count when she singled back in the second inning. Yeah, where she hit that last one, that would definitely score too. This pitch is fouled straight back to the net. So Hadley is on. Is seeing the pitch well out of Grayland's hand. See if Grayland's probably going to start throwing it around a little bit. Hadley smokes it to left center field. That's going to get all the way to the wall. 2 runs will score easily. Hadley's going to try for 2. She'll get there. So Anna Hadley with a 2 RBI double, and Pekin is on the board, first on the board tonight.
Great hit, great spot, great swing. Everything you wanted and more if you're a Pekin Panther. Missed my opportunity to look into the 8 ball on that one too. I didn't want to jinx it though. I got lucky on the first one. I didn't want to jinx the second.
You keep the streak alive there, AJ. So Hadley stands at second. Schultz digs in. First pitch to her is high and away. For ball 1. High and away again. 2 balls to Schultz. Hadley stands at second with 2 outs. This is off-balance swing for strike 1. Schultz almost looked like she was stepping out of the box away from the pitch and then decided to swing. Go inside on her and misses. It's ball 3, 3-1 now. First base unoccupied. This Panthers on a little 2-out rally. This pitch is inside for ball 4. Oh, he called it a strike. That brings the count full. 3-2, 2 outs. for Kendra Schultz, shortstop for the Panthers. Pitch swung on and fouled back and landed on the roof. That happens here too, Steve.
There's a little Plinko action.
Yeah, it sounds like they must have those gutters that funnel the ball into a certain spot. The 3-2 to Schultz. Cut right down Broadway for strike 3. Got her looking. And that will end the inning, but not before the Panthers pick up 2 runs off of the 2 RBI double by Anna Hadley. We will head to the 4th inning. Due up for the Wildcats will be Sloan Smith, Emma Walton, and Brooke Silver.
Keokuk County Medical Clinic is your one-stop shop for healthcare. Our behavioral health providers offer a wide range of services to help you reach your goals. We have multiple family practice providers who see patients of all ages for acute and chronic care. Through a partnership with Bloom Pediatrics of Ottumwa, McKenna Bond, ARNP is here on Wednesday and Friday mornings to give your child the special care they need. Libby Dasso, PAC, is here for all your rheumatology needs. Jack's Corner Drug is located just down the hall for your convenience.
All right, we're back here at Pearl Field in Iowa City as Pekin has taken the lead 2-0 over Central City here on Steve Shetler Media Facebook and YouTube, Skunk River Radio Facebook as well. Hanging out with the Josh Club on play-by-play. AJ Johnson joining us from KTVO on color commentary. Of course, AJ is our summertime host for the sports section Saturday mornings at 8 a.m. live from Barnwired in Sigourney. Earlier today, we had Cardinal baseball and Sigourney baseball, 2 really good baseball teams in Southeast Iowa. Next week, we'll have Ottumwa baseball and Addison Adam from Cardinal Track joining us on Saturday. That's live at Barnwired Saturdays with the sports section on Steve Shetler Media, Facebook, YouTube, Skunk River Radio, Facebook as well. Josh.
All right, that brings up Sloan Smith. She has the lone hit for the Wildcats here tonight, the catcher. Watches one go sail outside on her for ball 1 to start this inning. Sounds like a young one has got close to the mic. Here's the pitch. I promise you that wasn't Steve whining about something.
Our crowd microphone picking up some interesting stuff tonight.
The 2-0 to Sloan Smith is right away again, and Parsons seems to be a little off point. Lost a little bit of her command here to start this 4th inning. See if she can settle in and find it. This is same spot. Ball 4. Walks her on 4 pitches.
This time, just take a deep breath. You know, you've been here before. You've done this before. Turn around in a heartbeat.
Yep, and a little bit longer of an inning batting, which that can affect the pitcher as well, especially when she doesn't get to the plate. First pitch is bunted foul by Emma Walton. As I'm looking down there too, which you can only imagine it gets a lot of wear, but you can see where they've replaced the pitching chute, if you will, for multiple times. This pitch is bunted again, and it's popped up and bounces fair as Carly Gamble is trying to catch it. It hit her in front of the plate. It hit her mitt, so that is a fair ball.
Her and the third baseman had a little communication issue, though. I mean, I think they just about collided gloves on that one.
Yeah, Bainbridge was charging hard. Walton is at first. Smith at second. That'll bring up Brooke Silver, center fielder. Certainly that ball had backspin. You want to try to let that thing go back foul. This pitch is bunted foul.
Tried to barehand that one.
As the Wildcats have 2 runners on and no one out to start this 4th, trying to get the 2 runs back from the Panthers.
This is where you see if Parsons lets the count affect her as well. They just put 2 runs up, and you want to get out of the inning without letting them do the same.
This pitch is bunted. Bainbridge feels it easily, throws it over to Schultz at third, and they get the lead runner.
Great play.
Great defense by Pekin to get the out. And now it'll be the same situation, but with 1 out, as Savannah Koch steps to the plate. And this pitch misses high and away for ball one. It was a nice bunt too. Bunted softly enough that you were only going to get the one out. This pitch is popped up and back, out of play. Almost got the crowd mic.
That'd be some Nat sound for you right there.
That would be an in the game sound if a foul ball, which it could, because it's the crowd mic has got its own seat, so it could absolutely hit it.
Might have the best seat in the house.
And this pitch gets inside for ball two. Koch popped up in foul territory to Gamble, her last at bat. The 2-1 is inside again for ball three.
You want the silver lining on those last few pitches. She's getting away from that away spot that she kind of hit high and outside a few times in a row. So she's trying to find her way back to center plate. And maybe it comes out here.
Here's the 3-1. This is swung on and hit hard up the middle of the center field. Fielded by Geis. They got center runner. Geis guns it home. Gamble has to come field the ball. Now they're going to go back to three. This is overthrown to Bainbridge all the way out into left field. This will score another run. Koch, meanwhile, is going to make it to third on errors. And with that, Central City ties the game at 2 with a runner at third and one out.
Little scramble. It's a good spot, and she threw it over the center. And Koch got all of it. Everything after that is absolute chaos, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, here's the pitch. Pulls back the bunt, called strike on Walker. I mean, Geis's throw into the plate, it wasn't terrible. It was and it was the right decision.
That's what you got to do.
It's just that the throw back to get the runner coming to third sailed on Gamble. And here's a bunt right back up the middle, trying the squeeze play. Pekin's just going to take the out, and they can't get it as the ball's thrown through the legs of Long. Out into right field. Glick sends it in, and this is thrown through the legs again of Long. Parsons is there to stop it in the circle.
Yeah.
And Walker will get to second on a fielding error and a throwing error.
Coach calls time, as one should in this spot. Just kind of calm it all down.
Yep, just got to stop the bleeding here as Central City now takes the lead by way of the error.
Right. As much as it is that they put 3 on the board, it's the way it happens. You know, this could spiral real quick if that continues. So you got to get your infield in here and let them know we've been here before. Maybe not in this way, but we can get back to confident throwing and get out of this inning.
Yeah, and it's a situation too where there's one out. You just gotta forget about the runner at this point and just get back to the game at the plate and just get your outs, which they, the right thing there. They tried to get the force out and not pay attention to the run, but it's a throw between the legs of Long, the second baseman. His first pitch called a strike. It's number 9 hitter Brown.
Going back to that play, obviously I like the call at the force out, but the runner left third with no thought process other than going there.
This is grounded up the foul line to Bainbridge, and Shuttlefield has to come off the bag to field the catch. Not in time. On the throw, Walker moves up to third. Now it's runners at the corner with one out, and back to the top of the order. Avery Weiss steps in. She struck out both times at the plate. This pitch is swung on and hit up the middle to right field. Through for a hit. Fielded out there by Glick. She gets it in. A run will score. They'll have runners at first and second. Still just one out. As our score is now 4-2 in favor of Central City.
And that was just good placement by the batter. Right where you needed it. Cool, calm, and collected.
So here is Madison Silver. She's popped up to the shortstop and struck out in this one. First pitch is called strike one. as Parsons fires the 0-1. This pitch is sent to the right side, foul. Strike 2. They've just got to reset still. I mean, you can't let one bad inning deflate the rest of the game. Here's the pitch. This is swung on, hit hard to Schultz. Schultz fields, flips it to third to Bainbridge for the second out. They're going to try for 2 and not in time. But the runner, Silver, the batter, really wasn't. She didn't have a big hustle on. That play was a lot closer than it probably should have been.
Maybe that throw gives a little confidence. You see it complete from third to first, and the way this inning's gone, that throw could have been considered risky. They do get the out, so.
2 outs. First pitch called a strike to the pitcher, Addison Grayland. She grounded into a force and lined out to the shortstop. This is a base hit deep to the right center pocket. This is going to get stopped by by Geis. 1 run will score.
Right about where you said to place it. You aim for the mouth of the hawk.
Mouth of the Tiger Hawk is kind of no man's land. So now runners at the corners. Still 2 out, and Sloan Smith will come up for her second at bat of the inning. She walked her first time up, made it to second, and was thrown out at third. First pitch to her is a ball, as Graceland takes second on the pitch. (5-2) as our score. From the top of the 4th inning, this pitch is inside. They're going to throw back to third, and this goes into left field. Scoring will be Silver.
I don't know about that decision.
Yeah, I just about made the comment when they had runners at the corner and the runner took off to second. I mean, 2 outs, sometimes you'll see him throw down. Probably a wise decision not to when you're having so many throwing errors in this inning. But then to throw back there, and I mean, that was nowhere near the third base bag. That was just that actually hit the ground in the coach's box. This pitch is outside.
I'm not even entirely sure the third baseman was ready for it.
6-2 now our score. Number 5 on the error board. We started the inning with just 1 error on Pekin, and now we're up to 5. Here's the pitch. Called strike. Count is 3 balls and 1 strike to Sloan Smith. Her second at bat of the inning. This is outside ball 4. Smith walks. The runners at first and second. 2 out still. We'll go to Emma Walton.
I wonder if this is Parsons' spot. She actually goes at Walton here. Looks like she wanted Sloan gone off the bat and maybe do her damage here.
Here's the pitch. Grounded hard to Shuttlefield. She's going to field it and step on one. And the Panthers in the long inning, but not before Central City picks up 6 runs on 4 errors, 4 hits. And we will head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Due up for the Panthers will be Shuttlefield, Long, and Parsons.
Skunk River Radio is a brand new online radio station playing country music from 1990 through 2010 with some Iowa country music sprinkled in. Listen right now at skunkriverradio.com. Plus, the Skunk River Radio app will soon be available at Google Play and the Apple Store. Also coming soon, Skunk River Radio will be available on Alexa and Google Assistant. And starting on Monday, June 9th, you'll be able to listen to me, Steve Shetler, from 6 a.m. to noon, and Neil the Hayes Crott from noon to 6 p.m. Skunk River Radio, a division of Shetler Media, LLC. Yeah, I do invite you to tune in to Skunk River Radio. That is online radio at skunkriverradio.com. You can download the app on the Apple Store, soon coming to the Google Play Store, and also on Alexa. Just say, Alexa, play Skunk River Radio on TuneIn, and it'll pop up there as well. So we're in Iowa City tonight. As you can see, Pearl Field and Central City has taken the lead over Pekin 6-2 as we head into the bottom of the fourth. Josh Clubb on play-by-play, and we are being joined tonight by A.J. Johnson from KTVO.
Club, you've done some coaching. What would you be telling your team after an inning like that before you get back here out on the bat path?
It's I've been there very recently, and it's this is not a sport with a clock. Clock can't run out on you. Only effort can run out. So you have to get back out there and get to work. You can't necessarily expect to have a 6-run inning or a 4-run inning yourself. But individually do your jobs, and good things will happen as the game progresses. This ball has popped up foul for strike number 1 by Shuttlefield. Or strike number 2, excuse me. It's be 0-2 to her. Especially after those errors, and here's a strikeout looking for Shuttlefield for the first out. Especially after those arrows, because you really kind of want to point back at your fielders and let them know, your pitcher's out there working for you. She threw 37 pitches coming into that inning. She threw 31 in that inning, so making her work way harder by, the simple things of just simply throwing the ball correctly. First pitch, too long, is swung on a miss for strike 1. This is chased upstairs for strike 2. Kennedy Long had a few of those errors, and she probably wants more than anything else to get a hit here. She's not going to. She strikes out in 3 pitches. 2 up, 2 down so far for the Panthers, both by way of the strikeout. And Parsons, the pitcher, will come to the plate.
I was just going to say, you're right. She probably wants to get it back, but you can't do it all in one swing. You got, like you said, you got to do your job. Get on base and let the confidence flow through the rest of the batters.
Just called strike 1. Yes, it's
right now Central City's pitcher Graylin is kind of dealing. I mean, she's going right down the plate on every batter.
Yeah, she's just attacking them right now. And Parsons chases one upstairs, and Pekin swinging at those high ones is just helping her. So mentally, she's going to be in a very good spot. Many coaches of baseball and softball say a similar thing as the pitch is low for ball 2. As you hear called flush it or new pitch, new opportunity, those types of things. It's you gotta just get back to what you know for things like this. This one's a called strike.
Innings that quick, it's hard to flush it.
Yes,
So now you're right back on the field when devastation happened. Hopefully that changes here, going in the 5th.
Yeah, and if you start out this inning with a few errors, then you gotta just move some things around. Not a performance or as a punishment or anything, but just to change some things up. And it looks like Pekin's going to do just that as Schultz is warming up now for the Panthers. And due up for the Wildcats will be Silver, Koch, and Walker.
Schedule your next dental appointment with Dr. Dan Schuster at Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. They're accepting new patients. Oski Dental will file all of your insurance forms for you. They're a Delta dental provider. And Oski Dental is located at 902 South 17th Street in Oskaloosa. That's Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. We make smiles happen at Oski Dental. All right, we bring it back here to Pearl Field in Iowa City for softball. Let's take a look at our schedule coming up next week. We are nonstop. Josh and I will be hanging out a lot together next week. Pekin versus Central Lee, softball Monday. Wednesday, we'll have North Mahaska Keota softball. Thursday, BGM and Sigourney softball, and then Friday, North Mahaska HLVTC baseball, plus Saturday next week, a week from today, Sigourney playing at the Oskaloosa softball tournament. So lots of softball, some baseball coming up this coming week here on Steve Sheltler Media, Facebook, and YouTube. It'll also be on Skunk River Radio, Facebook. And on that one Tuesday night where we don't have any baseball or softball, we'll have Tuesday Night Tune-Up, our local and area racing show from the Oskaloosa Pizza Ranch. So something coming up every night next week here on Steve Shetler Media and Skunk River Radio. Let's bring it back live here to Pearl Field for more softball action.
So Schultz comes in to pitch from shortstop. Maya Glick is there at shortstop now. Glick was in right field. I can't tell if that's Parsons out there in right or not. Cannot read the jersey number. First pitch from Schultz is a ball to Brooke Silver as we were starting the 5th inning. Ball 2. But interesting, we're talking in that break there, an interesting move because Parsons was actually pitching well. So interesting shuffle here.
And if you're Schultz, you just have to come in with the mindset that you have a clean slate when it comes to the circle, and just do what your coach has the confidence in you to come out there and do. You just have to hold it. You have to keep them from doing what they did in the 4th. Put some confidence in your defense behind you. Just worry about you and the batter.
It's a 3-1 now to Silver. And she's going to walk her. And that'll bring up Savannah Koch, the shortstop for Central City. A runner at first with no one out. He is starting to see more and more purple shirts show up for the second game. Here's the pitch. This is low. It gets past Gamble, and Silver will get second easily on the pass ball.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Just looking around, seeing all the Kyoto faithful flying in.
Yeah, all the purple shirts. And a couple of those errors in the last inning were Gamble throwing it just kind of wildly. And there she threw one from the backstop back to the pitcher Schultz, and it was a wild throw. Schultz luckily gathered it in. So now Silver at second. Count is 1-0. And this is a fake bunt. Gets past Gamble again. Easily getting third will be Silver. Yeah, 2-0 to Koch. Pekin's outfield has shifted to the left. This pitch is bunted. Right back to Schultz. She fires the first in time. Yes, as I say, make sure Shuttlesfield held her foot. She did. So great job to reach. That throw was sailing. The run will score. Pekin able to get the first out, and the bases are empty now with one out. And the number 8 hitter, Haley Walker, steps to the plate.
24.
24, Haley Walker, yep.
I heard 8. I was confused. My bad.
Which is low for ball 1. Number 8 would...
And that's the pitcher, Avery Wise.
Yeah, the...
It's the earlier pitcher. She was out first earlier in the day.
The pitch swung on, and this is slapped down the line, just foul. Break for the Panthers there. Now the right fielder had to run over there. I still cannot tell who that is. I did not see the front of the jersey number. I can't read that from here. And she's holding her glove like over
right
where the
over
number
the
is.
I was hoping she'd turn a little more.
As well, the pitch, inside ball. So it's a 2-1 to Haley Walker. It does not look like Ezra Parsons to me. That means she would leave the game because Glick is the flex player. This pitch misses low, ball 3. 3-1 now. This is low. And she walks the second batter of the inning, coming in on relief. And we'll head to the 9-hitter, number 27, Madeline Brown. One out. Pitch is called, strike 1. Central City has one run across here in the fifth inning, and
I think a little girl is talking directly into the microphone.
I think she
out there.
found the mic and she's having a good time. So 7-2 pitch misses. They're going to throw back to one. It's off the glove of Shuttlefield. She chases out to the outfield. Right fielder didn't see it happen. Looks like we got number 15 out there, which is Ivory Small. Be 2 balls and 1 strike to Brown with 1 out. Pitch called strike 2.
Seeing the ball go over the plate. Hopefully that does something for the confidence.
Yeah, just missing low. Just needs to bring it up a bit. This one's good, and it is hit up to Bainbridge. He's going to flip it to second in time. Long's going to not even attempt to throw for the second out, but
I think
got the easy out.
I think that's smart on both of them. Bainbridge took a couple extra steps, made sure the throw was easy, and you hold on the first where a lot of the errors happened last inning. 1 out at a time, and you can slowly crawl back into something respectable and maybe make your move later.
This pitch is flared off to the left side and out of play for strike number 1. To the leadoff hitter, Avery Weiss. This is poked out to left center field, dropping. Nice, fields it in the gap to hold the runners to a single. I mean, that's nice movement out there by Abby Geis, because that ball could have easily been some serious trouble, but she got there and stopped it for just a base hit.
Now you're hopefully looking at an easy out situation. Not many choices with the runners, and you find yourself in a force out and head to the dugout.
Silver takes the first pitch as a strike. This is Madison Silver. 0-1 to her, 2 outs. It is 7-2. We're in the
Not certain.
top of the 5th inning. Pitch is inside. Ball number 1, so it'll be a 1-1 count to Silver. Pitch is swung on and flared over the right side. Shuttlefield able to make the grab in foul territory to end the inning. Central City able to add 1 more, and we will head to the bottom of the 5th. Due up for the Panthers will be the 9-1-2 hitters in Geis, Gamble, and Smith.
The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss. Let the staff at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa help you in your time of need. And we thank Fremont Funeral Chapel for being one of our sponsors here on Steve Shetler Media Facebook and YouTube, and Skunk River Radio Facebook for our Pekin softball coverage. And, of course, we're at the University of Iowa tonight, Pearl Field. You're getting a close-up there of the video board out in the center field that we can see pretty clearly as we back out with the shot. You'll be able to see the feet, whoa, as we get an extreme close-up there, going the wrong way. Beautiful field here in Iowa City, where we are again for Pekin softball. We've got 2 games tonight, playing Central City in this first one, and Keota coming up in game 2, which is scheduled for 7:45. We'll see what time we start on that one.
First pitch to Geis is fouled back to the net for strike number 1. She walked her first time up and got caught stealing on the very next pitch. Just didn't quite have might have been an issue with the traction because she didn't look as quick as she normally does. Here she slaps one to the second baseman right at her for the first out.
Just unlucky.
Yeah, she hit it in the middle part of the bat. Didn't make solid contact with it, but here is Gamble. as she watches a changeup, I do believe, come in for a ball. Gamble has struck out and lined out to the shortstop. As this is a breaking pitch, it definitely cut from left to right and caught the plate for strike one. Wise to lay off that one. It'd be a really hard pitch to hit. This pitch is hit hard to left field. Misses all the way over the left fielder's head, and this is going to bounce off the wall. Gamble will get to second easily. It will be a double. And Carly Gamble, see if this double, hard hit double, can spark the Panther offense. They're in the right part of the lineup to do so, as Addie Smith will step in. She'll go to the left side. Typically from this side we see her slap and bunt, but she can hit as well from this side. As Coach Ledger calling out 1-5, so AJ, just remember what 1-5 happens, and then if he calls it again, we'll know. This pitch is bunted right back to the pitcher. They advance the runner. Smith nearly beat that out. That was pretty close, but she was called out.
Still does a job. Now you get the run on third, but gotta get a single here. Gotta get a base hit. Put something on the board and hope it bleeds into the final inning.
Yeah, with Smith like that, to have that as a weapon, because I mean, he's not guaranteed out. Bainbridge swinging for the fences there on the first one, strike one, and that's okay if you're going to swing at the first pitch of the bat. Definitely swing like you mean it. See if she settles in here and just looks for a base hit to score guys from third. This pitch is low, and it's Gamble at third. Strike two, and there's actually 2 outs. Forgot about Geist down there at the bottom of my book. This pitch is chased upstairs for strike 3. Now the Panthers unable to get a run across, and we will head to the 6th inning with our score 7-2. Due up for the Wildcats will be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters, and Grayland, Smith, and Walton.
For landscaping, excavation, and construction, Daisy Do Landscaping can do almost anything. Give them a call to see how they can help you out. Daisy Do Landscaping can help with new landscaping installation, planting trees, shrubs, and perennials, plus lawn seeding, fertilizing, and spraying. Daisy Do Landscaping at 641-919-1290 in Ollie, Iowa. You can find Daisy Do Landscaping on Facebook. All right, we thank all of our sponsors here on Steve Shetler Media, Facebook and YouTube, and Skunk River Radio Facebook for being on board. Fremont Funeral Chapel, Daisy Do Landscaping, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, Oski Dental, Nutrien Ag and Hedrick, Copeland Auto Body, Cranston Family Funeral Home, and Fairfield Precast Concrete. Again, we're in the University of Iowa tonight, and we go to the top of the 6th. Central City leading Pekin 7-2 in Game 1 of 2 games tonight, as Pekin will be facing Keota after this. Josh Clubb with play-by-play. A.J. Johnson from KTVO adding some color commentary tonight. Guys, what are your thoughts heading into the 6th?
Well, for Pekin and for Schultz, really in need of a 1-2-3 inning here, just to kind of a base hit from Carly Gamble, or that double from Carly Gamble, kind of shock some life into the dugout, and we'll see if they can try and put the heart of the order of the Wildcats down in order, and they're starting out the right way with a first pitch strike by Schultz.
You never call it till it's over, but you also think about where they were in this game, and you just want to get some little wins here too going into a second game with Keota.
This pitch is slapped out to the right side. That is Ivory Small making the grab for the first out.
Showed us a jersey number in time for get her called.
Yeah. So 1 out. And yeah, that's those, just kind of putting those little wins together. The double by Gamble, they only were able to bring her home, but certainly spark some life. And then you get 2 pitches and you have 1 out. We'll see if they can continue this. Pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1. The other small little battles here is that's the 3rd pitch of the inning from Schultz, and she is spot on now. Struggled with command as she came in relief the last inning, but finding her footing now on this turf. She deals the 0-1. Swung on and popped back out to Small. This is going to find a hole, though, as it is going to actually be Second baseman Long that flicks it in to Schultz. Wildcats have a runner aboard. Bring up the number 5 hitter, Emma Walton. She has popped up to the pitcher. Bunted to move the runners around. This pitch is flared to the right side, foul for strike 1. And singled. Here tonight, we are in the 6th inning. It's 7-2 in favor of Central City. Play 7 innings in high school softball. No run rules into play as of yet. This pitch is lined right back up the middle. This is through for a base hit to center fielder. Guys fields it. And actually, she did not have to kind of really secure that in her glove. They had a chance of getting that lead runner. It's all for naught as Walton singles. And runners at first and second with 1 out.
Right through the middle of the infield, past everybody. It's an easy 1-2 on. And again, Pekin's done some good things here so far in this inning. They just got to keep it tight.
Yeah, and those 2 hits are not hits you can hang or get upset about. I mean, one was a blooper into right field, and the other one's just right back up the middle. I mean, your only chance to field that one is if Schultz has the right reaction and is able to knock it down. Otherwise, it's probably going to get through every time.
Right.
As a courtesy runner did come on for the catcher Smith. I did not see the number as she came onto the field. The pitch is inside for ball 1. And yeah, since they used the original courtesy runner into pinch run, so they have to give a different courtesy runner now. If I catch her number, I will get her name out there. Here's a 1-0, popped up to the right side near the net, and it does bounce off the net. For strike 1, Shuttlefield would have been there in time, but ball catches the netting. As Brooke Silver, the center fielder, has a 1-1 count with 1 out. This is outside for ball number 2. 2-1 now. It's called strike 2. Evens the count at 2-2. Pitch is swung on and hit right back up the middle again. And Schultz nearly saved it. Geis is in to field it in to hold the runner at third. Base is now loaded. Same hit. Schultz was much closer to that one, and Long almost got over there to snag it as well, but I think it would have probably, Long getting it probably wouldn't have stopped the runners from all getting to base. Nonetheless, base is loaded for Koch with 1 out. Pitch is swung on and hit hard over the hands of Long, just over out of the reach. Fielded immediately by Small. They're going to try another run at the plate. Throws in, not in time. It'll be runners at second and third to score.
Penny Long was inches away from making that catch, just off the glove.
Yeah, if she was a half of an inch taller, she probably would have at least popped that up in the air. But
goes from 2 runs home to a great catch in the edge of the infield.
9-2 is our score now. This pitch is chopped over the shortstop. Fielding it is Glick. She goes to third, changes her mind, throws it back to the pitcher. So run will score. Glick in playing shortstop. Schultz usually there. Glick kind of unaware of the situation. I think she thought she had a force at third. I realized she didn't even attempt to throw to first at that point. So runners at the corners now, 1 out. The pitch inside for ball 1. To Brown. Walker gets the second on the pitch. No throw down. Pitch is high away. 2-0. Now to Madeline Brown. And Central City has worked their way into a run rule if Pekin was unable to score at the bottom of the 7. Here's a called strike. 8 after 6. 10 after 4, 8 after 6. Which, AJ, I want to know your thoughts. I don't like the change in the run rules. There used to be a 15 after 4 or a 15 after 3, which was all right because it stopped scores from getting run up. Here is a bunt and wisely letting it go foul as Bainbridge. And now they got rid of the 15. There's still the 10 after 4 and 8 after 6. I just don't like the 8 after 6. I feel like that's too few runs to say that this team is completely beat.
You know, and I know this, you can't have it be subjective, but I feel like the feeling of the game should sometimes lend a hand to that thought process. But I'm with you. I mean, you've seen crazier innings. I mean, they put up 6 in the 4. You're telling me they couldn't get 2 more?
Right, and that's just where I don't like that one. And the reverse side of it, getting rid of the 15 run rule, you're starting to see scores now that are 33-2, and who wants to sit there and watch 2 more innings of that? Clearly, one team has it and one team doesn't in that game. Here's a ball. So just making sure I wasn't the only one that felt that way.
No, I mean, because I've seen a lot of 21 and 2s this season, and it took me a while to realize what was going on there.
Here's the pitch. It's swung on. This is a base hit that's going to drop. The ice can't handle it. It gets past her. 2 runs will score. Brown will get to second with 2 RBIs. And that makes it 12-2. So 8-run rule is already in effect. Now it's a 10-run rule would be in effect, but Pekin still has to bat. So again, no clock. You're never done until you're done in softball and baseball, but it's really hard to find that rhythm. Here's pop foul. Catch is made by Bainbridge for the second out.
At this point, it's, you know, how much of it is mental, even getting back up to the plates. Like you say, can you flush it? Can you have the memory of a goldfish and go out there and kind of recreate more of what you did in the 3rd inning with the hits? Try to put something, again, at this point, a point of pride just before you go into the 2nd game against Keota.
This pitch is fouled away for strike 1. And Keota, of course, familiar with their team, being from the Sigourney area, and pitches high and away, ball 1. As a junior high coach, very familiar with her pitcher. She's very good.
Yeah.
Jesslyn Aller.
Yeah.
Just an 8th grader, and already to the point where wouldn't be surprised she will become a shutdown pitcher as she gets a little bit older. This pitch is fouled back.
She might walk out there thinking she'll be at this pitcher circle one day.
She might. The 1-2 is swung on and hit the Bainbridge. She makes the grab, and that ends the inning. But not before Central City picks up 5 more. They lead 12-2 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Pekin will have to score at least 4 runs to keep this game going. Starting them off will be Hadley, Schultz, and Shuttlefield.
Keokuk County Medical Clinic is your one-stop shop for healthcare. Our behavioral health providers offer a wide range of services to help you reach your goals. We have multiple family practice providers who see patients of all ages for acute and chronic care. Through a partnership with Bloom Pediatrics of Ottumwa, McKenna Bond, ARNP is here on Wednesday and Friday mornings to give your child the special care they need. Libby Dasso, PAC, is here for all your rheumatology needs. Jack's Corner Drug is located just down the hall for your convenience.
Skunk River Radio is a brand new online radio station playing country music from 1990 through 2010 with some Iowa country music sprinkled in. Listen right now at skunkriverradio.com. Plus, the Skunk River Radio app will soon be available at Google Play and the Apple Store. Also coming soon, Skunk River Radio will be available on Alexa and Google Assistant. And starting on Monday, June 9th, you'll be able to listen to me, Steve Shetler, from 6 a.m. to noon, and Neil the Hayes Crott from noon to 6 p.m. Skunk River Radio, a division of Shetler Media, LLC. All right, we're back with softball action on Steve Shetler Media Facebook, YouTube, Skunk River Radio Facebook. Pekin in the bottom of the 6th. Josh.
As Hadley's up, swung and missed at a high changeup to start the at-bat. This pitch is inside for ball 1. In the bottom of the 6th, Central City leads by 10. Pekin would have to score 3 runs at least, now I do them at math correctly, to keep this game going into the 7th. Hadley chases one high for strike 2. 1-2 to Anna. She has singled and doubled in this game. Had a 1-2 count on both of those hits. So we'll see if she can do it 3 times in a row, and she doesn't as she chases one upstairs for a strikeout and the first out. And sometimes your inning that you need a rally goes by way of your leadoff hitter of that inning. We'll see. As Schultz steps in, she has singled and struck out in this one. Her first pitch is swung on and fouled back to the net for strike 1.
Now or never mode for the Panthers. Hadley goes down. I was kind of race the leadoff. I know that's a term, but it's like, well, now it's my turn. I'll be the leadoff. I'll get us going. That's the mentality in the box.
Pitch misses inside, ball 1. 1-1 to Kendra Schultz.
Me personally, I love watching a pitcher-on-pitcher duel. If you can't get him in the circle, can I get him in the batter's box?
This is a breaking pitch that does not get back to the plate for ball 2. 2-1. This pitch is breaking and hit hard by Schultz, but center fielder is there and making the grab. Brooke Silver for the second out. That ball was hit hard, just not far enough in the gap. And Pekin down to their final out, Kayla Shuttlefield. Hitless on the day with 2 strikeouts. Try to get her first one here to keep Pekin alive. She slips on the pitch, which was called a ball.
Yeah.
The 1-0 swung on and hit softly back towards second baseman. Fielded, fires over to first in time, and that should be the ball game. And Central City will pick up the win here at Pearl Field by a score of 12-2. Mercy rule after 6 innings. And Pekin will try to regroup here and get the second one as they have another game here. And I don't know how long they're taking in between the 2 games, but however long that is, they'll get another opponent in the Kyoto Eagles.
All right, and we'll keep it going here on Steve Shetler Media, Facebook and YouTube, Skunk River Radio, Facebook as well. We'll just have the little graphic playing with some music here for however long we have between games. AJ Johnson, thank you for joining us on this first game. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for putting up with me.
And if people are looking for highlights from tonight's Pekin Kyoto game, when can they find them?
Those will be on tomorrow night, ABC Tri-State Trusted at 10 p.m. We will have the Kyoto Pekin game and hopefully a couple experienced conversations with some of the players and coaches from playing out here on Pearl Field.
All right. Well, thank you, AJ. Of course, you can catch AJ hosting the sports section live on Steve Shetler Media each Saturday morning at 8 a.m. during these summer months. All right. So we'll take an extended break here. Again, you'll be seeing the graphic here for the next several minutes until we come back with this Pekin Kyoto softball game here at the University of Iowa Pearl Field. First game, Central City takes it to Pekin 12-2. Back with more softball here in a while on Steve Shetler Media, Facebook, and YouTube. righty, welcome back in. We are live from Iowa City tonight at Pearl Field, University of Iowa. First game went in favor of Central City over Pekin. Now Pekin plays Keota. As the sun is setting and the lights are turned on here at Pearl Field, again in Iowa City on what was a hot day. I think we hit about 87 degrees earlier, and now things will start to cool down a little bit. We do thank all of our sponsors for being on board for our Pekin softball coverage. That includes Fremont Funeral Chapel, Daisy Dew Landscaping, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, Oski Dental, Nutrien Ag and Hedrick, Copeland Auto Body, Cranston Family Funeral Home, and Fairfield Precast Concrete. Getting the starting lineups right now for Keota. Pekin will be next. You might see in the red shirt and black shorts down on the field with the camera is our friend A.J. Johnson from KTVO. He's getting some highlights for tomorrow's sports here at Pearl Field. We've got Josh Clubb here doing play-by-play. Josh frantically writing down the starting lineups. We've got Pekin Athletic Director Clint Weber introducing the starting lineups tonight. And we'll kind of scan and show you the crowd here at Pearl Field tonight. Got a nice audience in attendance. We've seen, obviously, you see a few blank spots in the bleachers, probably from Central City fans already taking off after their team won earlier tonight.
Now for your Pekin Panthers.
Here's Pekin's starting lineup.
Batting first at catcher, number 6, Carly Gamble. Batting second at pitcher, number 3, Addie Smith. Batting third at third base, number 18, Maya Bainbridge. Batting fourth at first base, number 55, Anna Hadley. Batting fifth at shortstop, number 23, Kendra Schultz. A designated player batting sixth, number 14, Michaela Shuttlefield. Batting seventh at second base, number 2, Ezra Parsons. Batting eighth at center field, number 1, Abby Geis. Batting ninth at left field, number 10, Maya Glick. And your flex player at right field, number 15, Ivory Small. The Panthers are coached by Kennedy Carey, Jared Schultz, and head coach Aaron Ledger. Tonight's umpires are Ryan Christner, Mike Christner, and plate umpire Jeff Coleman. Play ball.
All righty, that was Clint Weber with the starting lineups. Got the national anthem played already in the first game.
I wasn't sure if I was going to have to jump up and sing it again.
Yeah, the players and fans weren't sure if that was going to happen either. But they did it, and we were up here in the press box, and you're kind of isolated from the field, so relying on Mr. Weber to get us the starting lineups, and by the time he got up here, he had just enough time to write it in so he could announce it. So I had to frantically get it in there, but you heard the starting lineups from him. We'll go over them again as they bat. Coaches meeting right now at the plate. We have a little time to go over everything. Keota from the South Iowa Cedar League comes in at 3-4. Pekin now at 5-8 after that loss to Central City. Some of the leaders for first as teams, Keota's last 5, they've one lost, or lost one, lost to BGM most recently 5-4, beat English Valley's 9-0 before they lost to Sigourney 3-0 and beat Iowa Valley 9-3. Went over Pekin's here in the previous broadcast, but most recently beat Columbus. Hang on one second. As I was getting asked for the lineups as well, but I think Clint took the papers with him. Unless Addie Smith will get the pitch here tonight, and she'll start warming up after that coach's meeting. Lights coming on. It's going to be a beautiful setting As we figured out in between games, Steve, and the help of some others, figured out how to get these windows open. It was pretty warm in here. It was not. They tried to get the air conditioners turned on, couldn't figure it out. So it was getting pretty warm and stuffy up here. But now feels great. Windows open. Smith throws her warm-up pitches. Leaders for these two teams, Kyoto Eagles, hits leader and RBI leader as well as pitching leader, all the 8th grader Jesslyn Aller. She's got 9 hits, batting average of .500, 7 runs, 10 RBIs, 3 doubles, 2 triples, 1 home run, and 2 stolen bases. She's also got 4 wins over 40 innings pitched with a 2.10 ERA. So the 8th grader coming in and starring for these Kyoto Eagles. A couple 8th graders starting out for them, as well as Addison Miller behind the plate. That duo has been together. They've, obviously through junior high ball and playing travel ball down in Washington, so very familiar with each other. Throwdown is complete, and we were set to go. Gamble behind the plate for the Panthers, and Elise Lyle will step in. Elise is a freshman. We're in Jersey 10. She's playing shortstop tonight. As we get underway here. Now that I think about it, the window's open, we could get a foul ball in here. Pitches low and away for ball 1. And the man behind the plate, Jeff Ullman, and the Christners out there on the bases, very familiar with both of these teams. Probably not as familiar with this setting, as this pitch is inside for ball 2. 2-0 to Lyle. Started off. Elise is batting .263 from the leadoff spot, .364 on base percentage. She's got 5 hits, 7 runs scored over 19 at bats, 4 singles and a double. She's walked 3 times. This pitch is swung on a miss for strike 1. So it'll be a 2-1 to Lyle. Addison Smith, of course, the Pekin Panther pitcher that has executed the Chinese change a few times here on Steve Shetler Media. This pitch is called strike 2.
That is my favorite pitch.
It is Steve's favorite pitch. We will. I'm sure she's going to try it. She's going to have to try it, and probably having her mom, or you could come back and watch this video later to see the Tiger Hawk logo behind her as she fires the 2-2 to Lyle. This pitch is fouled up and out of play. And a herd of boys take off running down the bleachers. They're going to go get that thing. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter of the game, Elise Lyle. Addison Smith working in the mound. This is ball 3. Brings the count full.
Got a boys baseball section here for Kyoto that's making a lot of noise in the bleachers.
Yes, Kyoto. So they got here during the other game. A lot of the fans did, and so they were on one side, and some moved to the other, and some stayed here. The payoff pitch is grounded to Parsons. Parsons flips it over to Hadley, and colliding at the base as the ball is overthrown. Lyle runs into Hadley, and Lyle collide. It was beyond the bases. No type of infraction. Shouldn't be. She was not attempting to go to the next base. Now the Christners are going to discuss it.
Pekin was plagued with errors in that first game, and looks like we're going to be starting off with one in this game.
Yeah, they are going to call a obstruction, and that'll give Lyle second base, which I thought, since she was running and turning to the right, it's a judgment call. It can't really be overturned, but she was running and turning to the right as her and Hadley collided. It wouldn't be, but it is. Here's this pitch. It's swung on and popped up. Schultz settles underneath of it and makes the grab for the first out, as right as that ball was in the air, it didn't affect the play, but that foul ball got flung onto the field. Coach Ledger ran out and grabbed it. 1 out as Swanson flies out to the shortstop. That'll bring up Chase Hafley. That is not the right Cameron Hafley. I'm sorry. I'm sure she's related to Chase, but I just saw the C Hafley and said Chase. It is Cameron. From the left side. Pitch misses low and away for ball 1. 1-1. Hafley. Runner on second is Lyle. It's reached on the throwing error by Parsons. This pitch is swung on and hit out to center field. Geis shuffling over, making the grab for the second out. And that'll bring up the pitcher, Jesslyn Aller. Leads the team in hits as well as RBI. She's got runner in scoring position. First pitch to Aller is swung on a miss upstairs for strike one. Smith misses low and inside for ball one. 1-1. This misses inside, gets by Gamble, is right in front of her, actually blocked her with her foot, didn't realize it. She couldn't locate the pitch, and Lyle wisely moves up to third. It'll be a 2-1 to Aller. Inside, ball three. 3-1. 2 outs in the top of the first inning and the second game of our doubleheader for Pekin. Not much changes in the field for Pekin. Hadley is at first instead of Shuttlefield. This pitch is swung on and missed. They throw back to third, and they're going to get no. The ball popped out of Bainbridge's glove. Squirts out. Now they're going to try to get her at home, and Carly Gamble can't handle it. And a collision at the plate. Lyle is safe. Count is full. First run is across with Lyle. Gamble appears to be okay. They had her back at third, but the ball pops out of Bainbridge's glove.
Yeah, they should have had her at both.
Yeah, both times. And then the throw from Bainbridge into Gamble actually bounced, and that's something you're not used to with this turf. It hits the ground before her glove and bounces up to her chest plate. And in a dirt field, that's probably going to end up in your glove. Lyle finds her way around. The pitch is low, ball 4. So she walks. And that will bring up number 19. So always knew her as Addison Miller. Her back of her jersey says Miller and 19, but the roster sheet lists her as Addison Alberg. The pitch swung on and missed. They throw back to first, and this nearly was overthrown. Hadley hangs onto it momentarily, and it squirts out of her glove. Aller stays put.
Need to get some sticky stuff in their gloves on Pekin's side.
Yeah, a little, some of that stuff that you spray on wounds. I can't think of what it's called right now. Tough Skin. Spray that in their gloves. This pitch is inside, ball 1. Jesslyn's going to take second, and she might be out. She is caught stealing for the third out. So Keota able to get 1 run. Manages 1 run off of an error. And we'll head to the bottom of the first inning. Leading off for the Panthers will be Gamble, Smith, and Bainbridge.
Schedule your next dental appointment with Dr. Dan Schuster at Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. They're accepting new patients. Oski Dental will file all of your insurance forms for you. They're a Delta dental provider. And Oski Dental is located at 902 South 17th Street in Oskaloosa. That's Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. We make smiles happen at Oski Dental. And we thank Oski Dental for being among our sponsors here on Pekin and the Keota softball action at the University of Iowa in Iowa City. Now, this is the second game that we've had here today and tonight. First game against Central City. Now, originally, the second game was supposed to be with Tipton, if I remember right. Josh, do you know the story on how or on what happened and why Keota snuck in here?
I don't know why Tipton couldn't make it work, but I did hear from Clint Weber that Kyoto was almost a no-go because, as you've probably seen, if you follow Steve Shetler Media, they have their fun days going on right now. So they were hesitant to accept it with this date, but ended up doing so. I mean, it's hard to pass up an opportunity for the high schooler players to play on this college field. So I'm sure I guess I didn't tune into the parade, but I'm sure they probably were on a float, I would imagine.
Yeah, they were. I was telling them not to spray us with water with the equipment. So
Okay.
that was kind of an ongoing thing throughout the parade. We had the McGuires as our announcers, and I was running the camera, and I was telling all the kids with the Super Soakers to not spray my computer and camera.
Yeah. All right. Throwdown is complete, and Carly Gamble will step up for the Panthers.
By the way, it was a great day for a parade in Kyoto. It was overcast at the time and fantastic weather.
Gamble's batting .405 from the leadoff spot this season. She's got 17 hits, 11 singles, 4 doubles, and here's a single first pitch down the right field line, and fielded out there by Heistoffer. And Gamble, one pitch in, has a single. And Addie Smith, the pitcher for the Panthers, will come in. She'll bat from the left side this at bat. Slap and bunt very much in play here to move the runner. Haller's pitch is swung on and missed. Gamble's going to take second. She's in there safely. Stole that base with ease. Pitch was swung at. So it'll be strike one. That'll be a stolen base for Carly Gamble. And Smith now switches to the right side. Pitch low, ball one. Not uncommon in the world of softball to see a switch hitter start on one side of the plate after seeing a pitch or two move to the other. The pitch swung on and missed. Better chase one upstairs for about strike two. 1-2. No one out top of the first. Carly Gamble at second. Haller fires 1-2 low and inside. Ball 2-2. Pitch is swung on a miss, got her to chase upstairs for strike three and the first out of the inning. Going to bring up Maya Bainbridge. And all are attacking upstairs. Maybe saw that with Pekin and Central City. Central City was electing to go upstairs, and Pekin kept chasing them. This pitch is inside, ball one. Against Smith, Aller was missing inside and slid over on the pitching rubber all the way to the far side of it, so she makes that adjustment again here. She does. And the 1-0 to Bainbridge is swung on and fouled back. Strike one. Pitch is swung on and lofted out to right, letting it drop, and it hits and falls into the corner. Bainbridge is going to get to two. Gamble rounds third. She's going to go home easily, and the game is tied with the RBI double from Maya Bainbridge. Ties the game at one apiece. Anna Hadley will step in. Heistoffer out there. Wisely was going to let it drop because she knew she wasn't going to get there, and that ball had enough spin on it that it spun it into the corner. First pitch to Hadley is swung on and hit hard to left field. Drops in there through the legs of the left fielder Griner. Bainbridge will score. Hadley will get to second with ease. Probably not going to push it for three. And back-to-back RBI doubles for the Panthers. Have them with the lead, 2-1 now. And that'll bring up Kendra Schultz, shortstop. Saw her coming in relief to pitch the last game. She steps in with one out, runner at second. The pitch. Called, strike one.
So do you think the ball moves when it hits the turf? Does it move a little bit faster than regular grass?
It's going to react to the spin certainly a lot more, but what you don't have with the turf as the 0-1 comes across, and this is hit hard to the right side, fielded by the second baseman, flips it to first, nearly pulled the first baseman, Jackson, off the bag for the second out. Hadley moves the third on the play. But with a regular grass outfield, you're going to have valleys or humps and stuff that the ball may take a weird bounce. Well, here it's going to 100% going to react to the spin. So if it's got top spin, it's going to hit the ground and really move. If it's got back spin, it's going to probably die a lot more. Just like we saw out in right field, the ball had some side spin on it. And when it hit the turf, it took off to the right. Pitch. Swung on, and this is hit over to the shortstop, deep in the hole, fielding it and firing over Lyle. Not in time. Shuttlefield is safe. Hadley will score, so an RBI single for Shuttlefield. As that was hit just hard enough, yet soft enough, deep enough in the shortstop hole that Shuttlefield able to make it to first. Now bring up the seventh batter of the inning, Ezra Parsons. With two outs, runner at first. Pekin leads 3-1. This pitch is sloped out to the right side, and this is foul. Pekin jumping all over Aller here in the bottom of this first inning. The pitch chased upstairs for strike two. Oh, 2 to Parsons, inside, ball one. Swung on and chopped foul on the third base line to keep the at-bat alive. Eighth hitter of the lineup on deck. Heavy guys. As Parsons takes the 1-2, pops it up. Coming over the net and bobbled by the Pekin fans. Catch was not complete. Count remains 1-2 strikes. These kids are really fighting over these balls. There's no concession stand, so I don't think they're getting any gum or free pops or anything. I think that's what they're wanting to do, is being able to throw them back. Pitch from Aller is swung on and fouled back again. Parsons battling up there against Aller. This will be the seventh pitch of the at-bat. Count remains 1-2 strikes. 2 outs. Shuttlefield stands at first. The pitch. Inside, ball 2. As a pitcher in this spot, certainly want to try to locate a different spot. Even if you give one away, it's okay. 2-2 now. The pitch. Swung on and popped foul out of play on the right side. Parsons hit that ball hard, but just behind it. So she'll continue to fight. This will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat for Ezra Parsons. The pitch. Swung on and fouled off again.
Oh, man, that about hit a kid that wasn't looking.
All right. I did not see that. There's a
close.
column in my way, but Ezra Parsons, regardless of how it ends, a great at bat, just not going away silently. The pitch swung on, and this is hit to the second baseman. Hafley pops off for a knee, and Parsons is going to be safe. Shuttlefield's going to try for 3, a late break, and she's going to be gunned down for the third out. Parsons will reach with a single, but Kyoto picks up the third out on the advancement by Shuttlefield. And we will head to the second inning. Pekin picks up 3 runs on 3 hits. Due up for the Eagles will be Miller, Jackson, and Heistoffer.
The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss. Let the staff at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa help you in your time of need. And we thank Fremont Funeral Chapel and all of our sponsors that you're seeing ads from and seeing the rotating ads down in the bottom right corner throughout the game tonight. And again, we are in Iowa City tonight. Game 2 of 2 games for Pekin. Second game against Keota here. We go to the top of the second with Pekin with a 3-1 lead. We thank all of our sponsors that are on board, like Fremont Funeral Chapel, Daisy Dew Landscaping, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, Oski Dental, Nutrien Ag and Hedrick, Copeland Auto Body, Cranston Family Funeral Home, and also Fairfield Precast Concrete. Top of the second, Josh Clubb with our play-by-play. Josh.
All right, Addison Miller will continue her at bat. New count. She was up when Aller was caught stealing second. Miller digs in. First pitch is swung on and hit hard out to center field, right at Geis, and she makes the grab for the first out. And that'll bring up Kennedy Jackson, a junior for these Eagles. Pitch is swung on and missed for strike one. Interesting thing with these two teams. Between the two, this pitch is well inside for ball one. Just 2 seniors, 1 senior on either team. Lainey Swanson for Keota and Maya Bainbridge for the Panthers. So a lot of youth, a lot of 8th graders, freshmen for Keota, and a lot of freshmen and sophomores for Pekin. Some good years to come as this pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2. And as we've seen in games as we've covered Pekin, haven't seen Keota softball yet. We will watch them. We will have them again against North Mahaska, I do believe, this week.
Yes.
And this is the Chinese change. Misses for ball 2. She tried it. See if she follows this up with a French fastball. The pitch is inside ball. I had the count wrong. That was ball 4. So Jackson walks. This brings up right fielder Heistoffer. Haley Heistoffer is a freshman. Now, maybe I was right on the count. As the umpires are going to discuss this, I had 2-2. They sent her to base. And they're going to say that was ball 2. Look at that. I was right.
Well,
every once in a while you get a win.
Every once in a while.
So it'll be a full count to Jackson with 1 out. And next pitch walks her anyway.
I think Addie was wanting that to be strike 3.
It was close, but certainly came across the white stripe of the batter's box. Haley Heistoffer. First pitch to her is swung on and missed for strike 1. Gamble immediately popped up and looked over at first base at Jackson, who had a pretty big lead, but Hadley was not covering the bag, so no throw. The pitch high, ball 2. Now they're going to throw it back, and Hadley has to save it. I think it actually got her arm to stay in the infield. Bainbridge, expecting something short there, came all the way in. Highstopper swung at the pitch, though. Pitch. Called. Strike 2. 1-2 now. Pitch. Swung on a miss for strike 3. And the second out of the second inning. Just the second strikeout of the game by either team. That brings up the left fielder, Carly Griner, and she takes strike 1. Griner choked way up on the bat. Second pitch is inside. Blocked by Gamble. 1-1. The pitch swung on and flared out of play on the right side.
Nice one-hand grab in the audience.
For strike 2.
Toby Flynn on the Keota sidelines, making sure the ball gets put back in play.
The pitch inside. 2-2 now on the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We are in the second inning. 2's all over the place right now, Steve.
2's gone wild.
Smith winds, delivers the pitch. Called, strike 3. And the third out of the inning. Panthers able to hold the score at 3-1. They will send up Geis, Glick, and Gamble.
For landscaping, excavation, and construction, Daisy Do Landscaping can do almost anything. Give them a call to see how they can help you out. Daisy Do Landscaping can help with new landscaping installation, planting trees, shrubs, and perennials, plus lawn seeding, fertilizing, and spraying. Daisy Do Landscaping at 641-919-1290 in Ollie, Iowa. You can find Daisy Do Landscaping on Facebook. And we thank Daisy Do Landscaping for being one of our sponsors here on Steve Shuttler Media, Facebook and YouTube. We're also broadcasting on Skunk River Radio, Facebook as well. And, with Skunk River Radio, be listening for different programs here on Steve Shuttler Media that we can also make into some audio programs like Just Another Morning Show, the Sports Section, and the Iowa Music Showcase. Going to the bottom of the second.
Here's Abby Geis. First pitch to her is swung on a miss for strike 1. Abby, the last few games, has consistently put the ball into play. Not necessarily getting a hit each time, but certainly putting pressure on the defense. Batting in the 8th spot in this one. This pitch is fouled back for strike 2.
Yeah, it's even though Abby is towards the end of the order, the batting order, but we've saw her in basketball. She comes off as being a really good, solid athlete wherever she's at. Here's
the 0-2. This is swung on and flared to the left side, and the catch is made near the dugout.
What a play.
It was made. Great play there by Swanson as she records the first out and gets Geis. Now we're going to see Maya Glick step in. Played right field and shortstop in the last game, but did not bat. She was the flex player. This pitch is outside for ball 1. Pitch swung on a miss for strike 2, or strike 1, excuse me. It's going to be a 1-1 to Glick. And it's just the second strike she took off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And big scoreboard right in our vision there. So if that thing's off, they. 1-2. This pitch is swung on and missed, so she does strike out for the second out. We'll go back to the top of the order. Carly Gamble started the game off with a single. First pitch single down the right field line. This pitch is called strike 1 on the inner half. Pitch fouled straight back for strike 2. One, two, swung on a miss for strike 3. And the Panthers go down in order. In the second, we'll head to the third inning. Due up for the Eagles will be Perky Pile, Lyle, and Swanson.
Keokuk County Medical Clinic is your one-stop shop for healthcare. Our behavioral health providers offer a wide range of services to help you reach your goals. We have multiple family practice providers who see patients of all ages for acute and chronic care. Through a partnership with Bloom Pediatrics of Ottumwa, McKenna Bond, ARNP, is here on Wednesday and Friday mornings to give your child the special care they need. Libby Dasso, PAC, is here for all your rheumatology needs. Jack's Corner Drug is located just down the hall for your convenience.
All right, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, one of our big sponsors here on Steve Shuttler Media. We appreciate them as we're going to the top of the third here. Pekin leading 3-1 against Keota. Softball action in Iowa City at Pearl Field. And if you tuned in this morning on the sports section, you know our buddy A.J. Johnson at KTVO is our summertime host. Had Sigourney baseball, Cardinal baseball, 2 really good baseball teams on the show this morning. Go back and watch that or listen to it in podcast form wherever you get podcasts. Coming up next Saturday, a week from today, we'll have Ottumwa baseball and also Addison Adam, a track star from Cardinal High School, on next week's sports section. That broadcast live from Barnwired, first on Steve Shuttler Media, Facebook and YouTube, and Skunk River Radio Facebook, and then also on the radio on Skunk River Radio and in podcast form wherever you can find your podcast for Steve Shuttler Media. Let's go to the top of the third. Josh Clubb with the call.
All right, Addison Perky Pile, the center fielder for the Eagles, number 9 hitter for her first at bat of the game. She's going to bunt. It pops it up. Gamble's going to make the grab right in front of the plate for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out. Back to the top of the order, and Elise Lyle. She reached on a ground ball to the second baseman, Parsons, and Parsons fielded it cleanly, but when flipped it over to Hadley, threw it over her head. A collision caused Lyle to be awarded second base. She came around to score. This pitch is flared over the shortstop, just out of the reach of Schultz's grab. Geis is there to hold Lyle at first. So 1 out runner at first. And let's bring up Lainey Swanson. She popped up to the shortstop Schultz in her first at bat. This pitch has popped up, and I thought that was coming in here, Steve.
Uh-huh. That's as close as we've gotten so far tonight.
And you're sitting over there smiling because you're still behind the glass. I am not. Just out here fending for myself. And nonetheless, it's no ball, 1 strike to Swanson. Pitch is swung on, hit hard. This is a base hit out to left field. Fielded out there by Glick. She fires it in. Over the head of Parsons. Hadley is there to back it up to keep the runners at bay. It's 2 singles to start the inning. And the Eagles have the tying run at second in scoring position, the go-ahead run at first. This brings up Cameron Hafley. She hit it deep to center field, but Geis was right there. This pitch is hit to the gap. Making chase says Geis. She can't hang it. It's going to get through and roll to the fence. Lyle will score. Swanson in at third. Hafley with an RBI double. And Keota ties the game on that double, 2-2. Runners at second and third with one out. And Jesselyn Aller comes to the plate. She walked with a full count her first time up. First pitch from Smith is hit hard deep to center field, all the way back and off the wall. Bounces off a Geis chest. This will score 2 runs. Aller's going to get a triple out of it. And Keota leads. Now 4-3. That ball looked like it was going to get out of here. Geis even thought so herself. Four to 3 now. Keota with 3 runs in this inning, just 1 out. Aller is at third. This brings up Addison Miller. She popped up to center field as well. She actually started batting in the first inning and picked up the at-bat in the second inning. This pitch is low for ball 1. Miller swung on a miss. Throw back to third. It bounces off of Aller's leg, and another run will score on a throw back to third. Make the score 5-3. The pitch. Low. Ball 2. 2-1 to Miller. 1 out. 4 runs across this inning. Keota with a 5-3 lead. Number 5 hitter in Miller is at the plate. The pitch. Check swinged upstairs. They're going to appeal down. They're going to say she was good. Ball 3. Certainly close to going on that one. This is inside, ball 4. That'll bring up Kennedy Jackson. She walked in her first at bat in the second inning. We're going to get a courtesy runner for the catcher, Miller. And it is Alexis Detweiler.
So when we have a little bit of a break here, what do you think? Is the risk worth the possible reward when they throw it down to third when the base runner's on? It seems like the chance of a fielding error is
in this game
up
and
there.
And tonight and what we've seen already in the first game. It is not worth it at this point. They clearly are not completing that play. Most times, yes. Here's the pitch. Inside, they're going to try to steal 2. Catching it way, way late to the bag and getting the out. Schultz actually fell down and still had to reach forward and able to gun the runner down for the second out. Second time that Keota's tried to steal second base and it has not worked out. The 1-0. Swung on and flared to Parsons. She's going to let it drop. Fields it, fires over to Hadley in time for the third out. So Keota picks up 4, and they take the lead 5-3 into the bottom of the third inning. Due up 2, 3, and 4 for Pekin and Smith, Bainbridge, and Hadley.
Skunk River Radio is a brand new online radio station playing country music from 1990 through 2010 with some Iowa country music sprinkled in. Listen right now at skunkriverradio.com. Plus, the Skunk River Radio app will soon be available at Google Play and the Apple Store. Also coming soon, Skunk River Radio will be available on Alexa and Google Assistant. And starting on Monday, June 9th, you'll be able to listen to me, Steve Shetler, from 6 a.m. to noon, and Neil the Hayes Crott from noon to 6 p.m. Skunk River Radio, a division of Shetler Media, LLC. Hey, make sure you tune in to Skunk River Radio. Now, I fully admit we've had some computer glitches here this first week of the official first week on Skunk River Radio. But hey, I bought a brand new computer last night. It's coming on Tuesday, so those glitches will soon be worked out, and we'll be rocking and rolling on Skunk River Radio. If you like country music from 1990 through 2010, we're going to be adding some programming and some fun stuff, so make sure you tune in. Let's go to the bottom of the third.
Smith from the right side, or from the left side, slaps at one and misses it for strike number one. First at bat, she swung a miss at one from the right side, then moved, or from the left side, then moved to the right side, ended up striking out. Here she takes no one count. She's going to stay on the left. This is slapped right back to pitcher Aller. Fields it, fires over to first in time for the first out. That'll bring up Maya Bainbridge. Doubled out to the right field corner in her first at bat. This pitch is slapped out to the right side and foul. For strike one. This is inside, ball one. This is hit, chopped down the third base line, fielded foul. Bainbridge would have beat it out, and Swanson probably should have let that take another extra bounce to make sure it was foul. It was clearly going that way. Nonetheless, it's just strike two. This pitch is hit hard to left field, going over the head of the left fielder and bouncing and getting to the wall. Bainbridge is at second easily. She's going to round second but go back. She's got a double. That hit could have potentially been caught by Griner, but she just didn't get a good read on it off the bat and came in and had to backtrack. So another double for Bainbridge, two of them tonight, and that'll bring up Anna Hadley. Hadley hit it hard to left field through the legs of Griner her last time up. This pitch is fouled straight back for strike one. Well, last was it last Saturday or 2 Saturdays ago, we covered Pekin softball against North Mahaska. Last Saturday. This is swung on a miss for strike two. Split those ones, a doubleheader. That was an early morning game. So early as, in fact, the concession stand sold donuts. Pitch is swung on and chopped to the third base line. Fielded fair, and they'll get Hadley at first.
I mean, I had multiple donuts.
You had multiple donuts. We know, Steve. And now there's some confusion. So one umpire is saying fair ball, the other one's saying foul. Hadley was, I'm pretty sure she beat it because Jackson at first had pulled her foot, indicated safe by an umpire. Now they're going to just bring it all back and say it was a foul ball. So very noisy foul ball. It's 0-2 to Anna Hadley. This is foul tipped into the glove for strike three. And the second out, and that'll bring up Kendra Schultz.
So yeah, just to put a cap on that story, anytime there's some Saturday morning softball at Pekin, I'm in.
you're in.
Donuts.
Donuts. Lots of donuts. No concessions here today. This pitch is
No.
inside for ball one.
That was kind of shocking.
It was surprising. Thought for sure could get a souvenir Iowa Hawkeye popcorn and eat on that. So we had to walk across the street to Walgreens just to get a snack. 1-0. Called. Strike one.
I mean, somebody somewhere could have made a lot of money off of concessions today.
Yes. And clearly the coaches had alerted the fans because they've all came in with coolers and stuff, but we were not made aware. Schultz slaps this third baseman. She fires over. This pulls her off the bag. Schultz is going to be safe. Rounding third and scoring will be Bainbridge. And that ball went into the dugout and out of play, so that's going to award Schultz second base. So she'll reach on an error by the third baseman. 2 outs. Pekin gets one back, make it 5-4. Runner at scoring position, Shuttlefield. Pitch swung on and missed, but it gets back to the backstop. Now they're going to say she got a piece of it for strike one. Shuttlefield with the seeing eye single her last time up. Outside. One and one as Pekin gave up 4 runs in the top of this inning and got one across. They have a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Shuttlefield swings and fouls this off for strike number 2. Just a piece of it, these 2 foul tips. Just enough to keep it out of Miller's glove. One-two is swung on and missed for strike 3, and that will end the inning. Pekin gets one back. It is 5-4 as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Due up for the Eagles will be 7, 8, 9 hitters in Heistoffer, Greiner, and Perkypile.
Schedule your next dental appointment with Dr. Dan Schuster at Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. They're accepting new patients. Oski Dental will file all of your insurance forms for you. They're a Delta dental provider. And Oski Dental is located at 902 South 17th Street in Oskaloosa. That's Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. We make smiles happen at Oski Dental. Oski Dental, one of our huge sponsors and supporters here on Steve Shetler Media. We appreciate them and all of our Pekin softball sponsors. I tell you what, we've played 3 innings, and they have been very entertaining innings. Lots of runs between these 2 teams. Also, you look up at the scoreboard, lots of errors as well. 4 errors apiece for Keota and Pekin. So we'll see if they can clean up some of their play on the field over these next few innings. But 5-4 in favor of Keota as we go to the top of the 4th. Josh.
Yeah, those errors, the ball bounces a lot higher in this field, and plus, the turf has those little black BBs or little pellets in them, and I'm sure that sticks to the ball and probably causes problems because it has been a lot of throwing errors. So, just adjusting to that. Here is Heistoffer. First pitch is called strike. She struck out her first time up. That was in the 2nd inning. As Smith fires it in there, just misses. Pitch looked awfully good from up here, but called a ball. So 1-1. Right fielder Heistoffer. The 1-1 is low and inside for ball 2. As the Keota baseball team doing the Braves chant, this pitch is fouled back to the fence.
We're getting a tomahawk chop and everything. I don't know where that fits into Eagle
Eagle,
category,
or
but-
if you're trying to mock the other team, the Pekin Panthers, no, just nothing there. 2-2 to Heistoffer. And Smith starts her fourth inning of work. This pitch is inside, ball 3. Count is full. Leadoff hitter of the inning. 7, 8, and 9 due up for the Eagles. The payoff pitch is called strike 3. Got her looking for the first out. That'll bring up the left fielder now, Greiner. Swung on a miss for strike 1. Yeah, not sure you can tell on the screen. Maybe you can, but Pekin's outfield certainly shifted to the left right now. This pitch is swung on a miss for strike 2. And now the Pekin faithful are responding with the tomahawk cheer just before that last pitch. See if they continue to do it.
I mean, you see it in basketball.
Yeah.
The Keota kids really get into it,
This is inside.
which makes the opposing team get into it even more too.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. 1 and 2. Honestly, in basketball, you get the student sections in basketball also, if their football rivals, really get after each other. Here's the pitch. Called strike 3. Another strikeout looking for the Eagles, and that's the second out. And that'll bring up Perky Pyle, the center fielder. She popped up to second baseman Parsons at her first at bat. Swung on a miss for strike 1. This is high, ball 1. Perky Pyle attempted a bunt her first at bat. It went straight up in the air and caught by Carly Gamble from behind the plate. This is bounces before the plate and gets away from Gamble. Ball 2, 2-1. Peeking over at your screen there, Steve. This is probably one of the better shots we'll ever have with broadcasting high school softball and baseball.
Yeah.
This is low, ball 3.
Now the lights are on inside the press box. We are getting a little bit of a glare on the window that the camera is looking out. So we might see if we can dim the lights a little.
Do that between the innings. If we're in a press box, they're just not usually as set like this, as high up. This pitch is low, ball 3. So Perky Pyle walks. With 2 outs, runner aboard, go back to the top of the order, and Elise Lyle. She has singled, reached on air, and scored 2 runs here tonight. Lyle, a freshman for the Eagles. This pitch is swung on and chopped foul on the third base line for strike 1. Pitch is swung on and hit hard to right center field. This one's deep all the way back and off the wall. Get it in. Perky Pyle will score. Lyle in at second with a double. RBI double for Elise Lyle. And Keota adds another run to extend their lead to 2. 6-4 now. As Lainey Swanson steps in. This field fence depth isn't much more than what you'd see at a high school field, 200, 200, 300. But the fence is much higher. Pitch swung on a miss for strike one. At a high school field, that hit is probably out of the park at most high school fields, just because the height of the fence is not normally as tall. The 0-1 is blown away for ball one. Lyle really had a big lead there. Thought she was going to take off. To third, and you asked me about the throwdown by Pekin. If you're Kyoto and you've seen that, and they were here watching the first game, maybe saw the throws down to third, haven't been working. They want to push the issue. Strike two now to Swanson. Swung on and popped up right back to Smith. Makes the grab and retires the side. Not before Kyoto adds one more. We will head to the bottom of the fourth. Kyoto leads 6-4. Due up for Pekin is Parsons, Geis, and Glick.
The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss. Let the staff at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa help you in your time of need. Fremont Funeral Chapel, one of our big sponsors here on Pekin softball coverage on Steve Shetler Media, Facebook, and YouTube. We're actually going into the bottom of the fourth now. I'll have to change that on the screen. All of our sponsors, Fremont Funeral Chapel, Daisy Dew Landscaping, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, Oski Dental, Nutrien Ag and Hedrick, also Copeland Auto Body, Cranston Family Funeral Home, and Fairfield Precast Concrete. And yeah, our screen looks way better now. We turned the lights off here in the press box and not getting that glare off of the window pane. Here we go to the bottom of the fourth.
Ezra Parsons steps in, fouls the first pitch off. Much like she did in her first at bat, she reached on an error after we counted up here. After a 12 pitch at bat, 0-1 is high and away for ball one. 1-1 now to Ezra Parsons. Pitched the last game, playing second base in this one. This is hit hard to left field, but right to Griner, who makes the catch for the first out.
Tell you what, Josh, you said this would be the best view of a field that we have this season. Now that we cleared that up, that's definitely true. It looks really good here on the screen.
Yeah, just obviously by design, the right height, the right angle in this press box. Pitch by Geis is fired right back to Aller. She flips it over to first in time for the second out. So two hard hit balls are just right to fielders here for the Panthers, and that'll bring up Maya Glick. She struck out in her first at bat. Called strike one. This is high, ball one. 1-1 to Glick. Number 9 hitter for the Panthers. Top of the order waits on deck. Swung on a miss for strike two. The 1-2. Swung on a miss for strike three. And the Panthers go down in order. We'll head to the fifth inning. Due up for Kyoto, 3, 4, and 5 hitters in Hafley, Aller, and Miller.
For landscaping, excavation, and construction, Daisy Do Landscaping can do almost anything. Give them a call to see how they can help you out. Daisy Do Landscaping can help with new landscaping installation, planting trees, shrubs, and perennials, plus lawn seeding, fertilizing, and spraying. Daisy Do Landscaping at 641-919-1290 in Ollie, Iowa. You can find Daisy Do Landscaping on Facebook. And we thank Daisy Do Landscaping for being one of our sponsors here on Steve Shetler Media, Facebook and YouTube. You might also be watching this on Skunk River Radio Facebook as well. It's a beautiful night in Iowa City at Pearl Field as Pekin is in their second game of the night. They came up short against Central City in the first game. What that end up 12-2, I believe.
Yes.
And now we're into game 2. Against Keota, two of our area teams from southeast Iowa playing on a big-time field like this here tonight on Steve Shetler Media. I believe we're the only, other than our buddy A.J. Johnson from KTVO getting stuff and highlights for his TV stuff, I think we're the only media here, at least covering it live. I don't see any other radio or anything.
I saw maybe a newspaper or radio station that was just doing notes, not necessarily live streaming. But yeah, Pekin unfortunately got mercy ruled in that first game, but responded well, coming out in the first inning and scoring 3 runs to respond to Keota's 1 run, but one more in the third and held quiet there in the fourth. As Keota leads 6-4. This is Cameron Hafley. The pitch swung on and lofted to Schultz, right to her. Schultz makes the grab for the first out.
By the way, it is officially a Keota broadcast because Bubby, one of my number one fans on Steve Shetler Media, is tuned in and in the comments. So, what's up, Bubby?
As Aller digs in. First pitch to her is high for ball 1. She had a deep shot got a triple out of it to right center field. Outfielder's way back. Guy's standing at the warning track right now. The Panthers' pitch is rolled in there, ball 2. Schultz and Parsons at the grass line, second and shortstop. Pitch. This is inside ball 3. Might be pitching around Aller here. The 3-0. She walks in 4 pitches, so pretty sure Smith was working around Aller there. Now Geis and outfielders come back to normal depth. The right fielder is shifted over heavily. That's the Pekin's outfield. I guess Geis is just a little bit to the left. His first pitch is called strike 1. Aller walked in the first inning as well and was caught stealing on the next pitch. As Miller has an 0-1 count. Swung on and hit to left center field. Glick coming in, can't make the grab. Fields it, tries to get Aller at second, who was waiting at first. Not in time. So Miller will reach. It's probably an error. That ball was skied. Plenty of time to get that. We're going to get a courtesy runner for catcher Miller.
Yeah, 5 errors now for Pekin, 4 for Keota.
Dittweiler comes in to run again for Miller. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Kennedy Jackson comes up. She grounded out to second base her last at bat. Pitch is high, gets past Gamble. She gets it off the net, and they nearly get Aller at third, but just not in time. Ball ricocheted off the backstop right back to Gamble's glove. Made a play out of it. Runners at second and third now. Ball one out. Inside. No, it's called a strike for Kennedy Jackson. Kennedy, a junior for these Eagles, playing first base tonight. The pitch is bounced in there for ball number 2. Good stop by Carly Gamble there to hold the runners at bay. And we'll see. Last time they attempted to throw down to third, Aller was on third. Ball bounced off of her leg and rolled out to center field. The 2-1. Low, and they're going to throw it back again. Bainbridge nearly got her. Count is 3-1 on Jackson. The 3-1 is fouled off to the right side. Bring the count full. 1 out for Kennedy Jackson. Sadie Smith continues to work here in the 5th. Pitch is fouled back. Smith delivers the 3-2, and this is swung on and fouled back. And
Oh, man.
good thing that was over there.
Yeah.
Keep the at-bat alive.
Yeah,
Jackson.
you'd think that the university would put about 10 more feet on these nets.
Even just about 5 would probably eliminate it from even getting in the stands at all. The pitch inside, loses her there, ball 4, so that'll load the bases. First was unoccupied, so bases loaded, 1 out, and Heistoffer comes up. She struck out in both of her appearances, most recently struck out looking in the last inning. This pitch is swung on, grounded to Bainbridge. She fires home, got her at home. They're going to try to go to 1, and it's overthrown to Hadley into the right field. 2 runs will score. 2 runs will score. This pitch thrown in is over the top of Glick. And sliding in safely to third is Heistoffer. So Heistoffer reaches on a fielder choice, gets all the way to third on errors. And Kyoto scores 2 runs there. 2 outs. And Pekin's going to talk it over.
I've got 8-4. Do you have 8-4?
It's 8-4, yep.
Okay.
2 runs scored. The first run was put out at home, and then the runners from first and second both came around to score. And that'll bring up Greiner with 2 outs and a runner at third. This pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1. That's seen that a few times from Gamble where that pitch or that ball just sails on her throws. This pitch is just misses inside for ball 1.
Yeah, you're just not going to win too many games when you have 6 errors.
Makes it difficult, but you can stay in there when the other team's got 4.
Yeah.
Again, I would kind of Here's the pitch. Is swung on and popped up on the first base line. Hadley going over her, and Gamble collide. And
Looks like they're both all right. Thankfully.
yeah, the ball dropped to the ground, so it's just a strike, but as a catcher, though, you got to know that if a fielder's coming in and calling it whatsoever, you back away. They have a much better chance of securing that grab than you do with a catcher's mitt on. Here's the pitch. Called strike 3, and the third out. Keota adds 2 more, and they lead 8-4 as we'll head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Panthers will come up with the top of the order in Gamble, Smith, and Bainbridge.
Keokuk County Medical Clinic is your one-stop shop for healthcare. Our behavioral health providers offer a wide range of services to help you reach your goals. We have multiple family practice providers who see patients of all ages for acute and chronic care. Through a partnership with Bloom Pediatrics of Ottumwa, McKenna Bond, ARNP, is here on Wednesday and Friday mornings to give your child the special care they need. Libby Dasso, PAC, is here for all your rheumatology needs. Jack's Corner Drug is located just down the hall for your convenience.
Hey, thanks for tuning in here tonight on Steve Shetler Media, Facebook and YouTube, and Skunk River Radio Facebook. We're in Iowa City for softball action between 2 Southeast Iowa teams, Pekin and Keota. Of course, Keota Fun Days going on this weekend. So, Keota's got a bunch of people in Iowa City tonight. I'm sure they're going to go back and have a little bit of fun later on tonight in Keota for Fun Days.
Here is Carly Gamble, leadoff hitter for the Panthers. And I gotta say, see this first pitch, swung on a miss for strike 1. Gamble's got to be leading the state of Iowa in the amount of time it takes her to get the catching gear off and get back out here to bat. I mean, literally, she walked out of view and then right back into view with her bat in her hand and her shin guards off. This pitch is roped up the middle. This will be a base hit in the center field for Carly. And leadoff hitter is aboard. For Addison Smith pitching tonight. Pitch is slapped at. They get Gamble stuck in the middle, and first baseman they threw behind the runner. Miller throws behind the runner, and Jackson thought she was coming back, turned to tag her, and Gamble able to get second on that. I don't know if the risk is worth the reward right now. Down 4 runs in the 5th as Smith slaps this foul for strike 2. You need 4 runs. The one runner, I mean, getting her out of the force does help, so it's worth it in that regard. Smith swung on a miss for strike 3. She'll go down in 3 pitches for the first out, and that'll bring up Maya Bainbridge. She's got 2 doubles on the night. And now another rope out to center field, coming in and making a great read on the ball and catch. Hercupile out there in center field for the second out. And that brings up Anna Hadley. Struck out her last time up. Has doubled as well in this one. This pitch is slapped foul for strike 1. This pitch is hit hard to center field, all the way back and off the wall. Gamble will score easily, and Hadley actually hit that so hard it was just a single because that bounced off the wall, came right back to the center fielder, and no chance for Hadley to advance, but she does get an RBI out of it. If you're Beacon, you just got to chip away at it. Get one. They're going to get a pinch runner in for Hadley.
Tell you what, Hadley, batting-wise, has been on fire these last few games that we've done.
She has. Ashlyn Adrian's going to come in and run for Hadley.
Number 30 is... She's a small little girl.
Yeah, she's, yeah. Just an 8th grader. Seen her come in courtesy situations and pinch running situations, so she'll do that here in this spot. Hadley will be able to re-enter. With 2 outs, Kendra Schultz comes to the plate. Grounded out to second and reached on air. This pitch is popped up and going out of play. Oh. Bouncing around the bleachers, and there. Look at that. You can't see it on your screen. Maybe you can, but there is a bunch of little girls and boys fighting over that one. And some little girl is extremely excited that she got it. She's going to actually pop up on your screen. Right there she is. This pitch is high and away for ball 1. And she's being told that she does have to give it back. Now she
this
trots
isn't
on
Major
over.
League Baseball?
No, you got to give them back. 1-1 to Schultz. This is hit hard up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. Adrian into second. As they tried to get her at second, but Adrian showed good wheels and got there. So Schultz with the single. Keep the 2-out rally alive. And Shuttlefield will come to the plate. Runners at first and second, and no one, or in 2 outs. High and away at ball 1 to Shuttlefield. She's the DP tonight, batting in the 6th spot. Ivory Small is the flex in right field. This pitch is low and inside for ball 2. Would not be surprised if Shuttlefield could find her way on, if Small would come out and run for her, because that's not a re-entry thing there. The pitch is high and away, ball 3. And if you're Shuttlefield, I think you got to take all the way here. Put the pressure on Aller to deliver a strike.
Or do you tee off on it?
This pitch is called strike 1.
You take it, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, only the head coach and the coaches know their hitter and their mindset and their current night and what you want to do. Pitch fouled straight back and out of play. And there goes all the kids. There's no more kids left in the stands.
And even a few adults.
Yeah. And the full count. And there's one little boy that's just now going down the steps. I don't think you're going to get there in time, buddy. The full count. 3-2, 2 outs. Runners should be going with the pitch. See if they do. They do not. It is ball 4. Aller walks him loaded. And that brings up Ezra Parsons. Parsons has first at bat was 12 pitches. She's kept fouling them off before she finally reached on an error. Her last pitch, she lined out to left field, hit it hard, but just right to the left fielder Griner. So Parsons seeing the pitching from Aller well. As Keota's taking a timeout here, letting their pitcher catch a breath. Aller, a great pitcher from Keota. She is just in 8th grade, though, so the mental aspect definitely comes into play for that youngster. And we are going to see a pinch runner for Shuttlefield, I do believe. I think it would be Ivory Small since she is the flex, but they're not. They're going to send somebody else out. That is Autumn Coleman. Shuttlefield gets a pinch runner in Coleman. Eight to 5 is our score. We are in The bottom of the 5th inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs. This pitch is slapped right back to the pitcher, Aller, and she fires it over first in time for the 3rd out. So the Panthers leave them loaded. We will head to the 6th inning with our score 8-5. It'll be 9-1-2 for the Eagles with Perkypile, Lyle, and Swanson.
Skunk River Radio is a brand new online radio station playing country music from 1990 through 2010 with some Iowa country music sprinkled in. Listen right now at skunkriverradio.com. Plus, the Skunk River Radio app will soon be available at Google Play and the Apple Store. Also coming soon, Skunk River Radio will be available on Alexa and Google Assistant. And starting on Monday, June 9th, you'll be able to listen to me, Steve Shetler, from 6 a.m. to noon, and Neil the Hayes Crott from noon to 6 p.m. Skunk River Radio, a division of Shetler Media, LLC. All right, hopefully you like what you've been hearing on Skunk River Radio. It's only going to get better at skunkriverradio.com with the app and on Alexa right now. We have a beautiful night in Iowa City at the University of Iowa Pearl Field for softball action. It's Southeast Iowa softball action here in Iowa City. Pekin and Keota going to the top of the 6th.
All right, and Perkypile will start the Eagles off. Perkypile, a junior. As the Eagles have scored in every inning but the 2nd. To see if the Panthers can hold them here. Addie Smith sends the first one in for strike number 1. Smith deals the 0-1. This is inside for ball 1. The kids have gotten smart. Now they're all lined up watching the game by the steps that take you out of the park, so they're ready for any foul ball. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and fouled back to the net for strike number 2. And they seem to be a mix of Keota and Pekin youngsters, so little competition between them. Here is the 1-2. Swung on a miss for strike 3. Leadoff hitter is retired for the first out. We'll go back to the top of the order. Elise Lyle. It's been on at every at-bat. She's singled, doubled, reached on air, scored 2 runs. First pitch is inside, ball 1. Sent one upstairs for ball number 2. Lyle almost chases it, but lets it go. The 2-0 is rolled in there for ball 3, so 3-0 to Elise Lyle. The 3-0 called strike 1. We'll see if Addie Smith can battle back. Got 1 out here to start the 6th inning. The 3-1 is swung on and softly lined or looped to Parsons, who makes the grab for the 2nd out. Two down, and Lainey Swanson comes to the plate. She popped up to catcher Carly Gamble her last time up. Pitch is low. The ball 1. This pitch is fouled back to the net for strike 1. 2 outs in this 6th inning. Through the game, Pekin able to score 3 in the first, 1 in the third, and 1 in the fifth to give them their 5 runs. Go to 1 in the first, 4 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and 2 in the fifth. This pitch is low for a ball. Get us to 8-5. 4 hits for the Eagles, 7 for the Panthers, 6 errors by the Panthers, and 4 by the Eagles. The pitch is low. Ball 3, so it'll be a 3-1 count to Lainey Swanson.
Yeah, if you see those 8 runs, you'd think that the pitching wasn't that good tonight, but she's only given up 4 hits tonight for Addie, for Pekin.
Yes, and she's pitched well, and this is inside ball 4. Even in the last game, Ezra Parsons pitched well through, I think she got through 5 innings. And just it's the air bug got him, and Swanson, the third baseman, is going to get a pinch runner. Olivia Lyle is going to come out and run for her. I heard Kyoto's head coach yell across the diamond. And Cameron Hafley, freshman, will dig in. And I'm not sure what this pause is for now. Oh, Coach Ledger is going to take a timeout, get a Roslyn bag for Smith. A little bit of a delay here with 2 outs. And top of the 6th, runner at first. Cameron Hafley steps in. She's hit the ball hard tonight. Just not had. She's had 2 of them caught. 1 got through for a double. First pitch is swung on and missed for a strike. Pitch is swung up and skied in the air. Getting underneath of it is Hadley, and she can't make the grab. And that's a foul ball. It is that time of night that a ball gets lost up in there and moves around, and maybe even lost in the. But look at that light there, and you probably can't see it on the screen. But Steve, if you look up at the field lights, there is some serious bugs going on here.
Yes, there is.
They can stay out there. The pitch is a ball. I did not see that come out of her hand. One, 2 to Hafley. Swung on a miss for strike 3, and that will retire the side. So we'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Due up for the Panthers will be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in Geist, Glick, and Gamble.
Schedule your next dental appointment with Dr. Dan Schuster at Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. They're accepting new patients. Oski Dental will file all of your insurance forms for you. They're a Delta dental provider. And Oski Dental is located at 902 South 17th Street in Oskaloosa. That's Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. We make smiles happen at Oski Dental. Hey, we thank all of our sponsors on board for Pekin and Keota softball tonight here on Steve Shuttler Media. All right, Josh, you wanted to see some of those bugs. Let me see if I can.
Look at that. You can't
get kind of a glare.
You get the glare.
Well,
but
you do see them, though.
You kind of see them, but that's gnarly.
Bug mayhem.
As Panthers will send up Abby Geis. Talked about it previously. Consistently gets the bat on the ball. See if she can get something started here for Pekin. First pitch to her is showed a bunt, but pulls it back for ball one. This is bunted foul. Late show. It's really hard to get those down. It's something you got to practice and practice and practice if you're going to do. If you're just going to bring it down at the last second to get on top of that ball. See if she continues to bunt with the 1-1. She does. Soft bunt, dives, fielded by Aller. She throws it first in time, just in time. Guys almost beat it out. Nonetheless, it is a first out.
It's funny, Josh. I know we were on the field when we first got here 6 hours ago or whatever, 5 hours ago. And when you're on the field, it doesn't really seem like it's that big of a field when you're sitting down there on it. But when you look at it from where we're at now, obviously it's a full-fledged softball field. But when you're on it, it doesn't appear to be all that big.
Yeah, I think it was with the painted logos. Here's a pitch, swung on a miss. Mike Glick, strike number 1-1. I think it might be the giant Tiger Hawk logo and the Big Ten logos on the side. It just makes everything feel smaller. This pitch is swung on a miss for strike 2.
And it could be that the
She
fence,
once again
the outfield
goes to
fence being higher and the stands kind of coming up and surrounding things. So yeah, it's interesting.
Blocks your eyes. It's the second time Maya Glick has had 2 strikes since she's went to the dugout. Here's the 1-2, the pitch. Swung on a miss for strike 3. And she strikes out for the second out. That'll send us to the top of the order and Carly Gamble. Yes, this definitely messes with your vision. Gamble digs in. Pitch is popped up to the second baseman. And catch is made for the third out. And we will head to the 7th and potentially final inning. Due up for the Eagles will be 4, 5, and 6 hitter and Aller, Miller, and Jackson.
The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss. Let the staff at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa help you in your time of need. For landscaping, excavation, and construction, Daisy Do Landscaping can do almost anything. Give them a call to see how they can help you out. Daisy Do Landscaping can help with new landscaping installation, planting trees, shrubs, and perennials, plus lawn seeding, fertilizing, and spraying. Daisy Do Landscaping at 641-919-1290 in Oley, Iowa. You can find Daisy Do Landscaping on Facebook.
Keokuk County Medical Clinic is your one-stop shop for healthcare. Our behavioral health providers offer a wide range of services to help you reach your goals. We have multiple family practice providers who see patients of all ages for acute and chronic care. Through a partnership with Bloom Pediatrics of Ottumwa, McKenna Bond, ARNP is here on Wednesday and Friday mornings to give your child the special care they need. Libby Dasso, PAC, is here for all your rheumatology needs. Jack's Corner Drug is located just down the hall for your convenience.
All right, we're back with the 7th inning, top of the 7th, as Keota leads Pekin 8-5 at Pearl Field in Iowa City. Josh.
Jesslyn Aller will lead things off for the Eagles. Been on base. All three of her previous at-bats scores 1 run. She's been caught stealing and ran into a force out. First pitch to her is a ball. Her last at-bat, Pekin clearly pitching around. This pitch is hit hard to right center field. Gets to the gap, to the wall. Fielded out there by Glick. She fires it in. And Aller in there with a stand-up double to lead off the 7th inning.
Should point out the error count now for Pekin is up to 7 errors on this game.
As Miller digs in, the first pitch to her is called strike 1. Tried to duck out of the way. The 0-1 is swung on and hit well to center field, sky high, and Geis doesn't even move. Stays there and makes the grab. Stares down Aller, then throws it in for the first out. Here is Jackson. The pitch. Swung on a miss for strike 1.
I had to get some of that tomahawk action on video.
Oh, you moved the... So you probably got all those the foul ball chasers down there as well. Pitch is called strike 2. Aller's going to try to delay steal. Bainbridge wasn't looking. Ball goes out into center field. And Aller will move up on the error. Bainbridge just not alert there. Aller was getting ready to delay steal and the throw back to the pitcher, but Gamble saw it. Pitch swung on a miss for strike 3 and the second out. Here is Heistoffer. Heistoffer grounded into a fielder's choice, a force out at home. Got to first, and then as Pekin tried to attempt the double play, ball got overthrown into right field. She made it all the way to third. This pitch is swung on a miss for strike 1. Pitch is high, and they're going to throw back to third. Aller's going to get caught in a pickle, and she's really caught now. See if Pekin can stay clean. Left fielder is in. Nobody's at third now. As Schultz loses focus and does not get back. Hard to keep up that rotation. It'll be a 1-1 on Heistoffer. I have a feeling Gamble's going to go right back there. pitch. Inside, ball 2. The 2-1. Swung on and chopped back to the field. Or pitcher Smith pops out of her glove. She throws over anyway, and it's not caught by Hadley. Haller will score. And Eisthofer reaches on the air.
That's 9 of them, Josh.
Is Eisthofer is going to get, I'm guessing, going to get a courtesy runner or a pinch runner. I believe, or we're going to have a pinch hitter. We're going to get a pinch hitter. We are. Alexis Detweiler is going to bat in place of Greiner. With 2 outs here in the top of the 7th, Keota leads 9-5. This pitch is swung on and chopped to second base and through for a hit. Advancing to third on the throw, they got her. And Eisthofer trying to get to third on the throw is picked off. And that is the 3rd out. We will head to the bottom of the 7th inning. And Pekin has 4 runs to pick up. They'll start off with Smith, Bainbridge, and Hadley.
Skunk River Radio, country music from 1990 through 2010 with some Iowa country music sprinkled in. Listen at skunkriverradio.com, download the app, listen on Alexa by saying, Alexa, play Skunk River Radio on TuneIn. Skunk River Radio will also be available on Google Assistant in the near future. You can listen to me, Steve Schattler, each weekday morning from 6 a.m. to noon, and listen to The Haze from noon to 6 p.m. Skunk River Radio, online radio for country music from 1990 to 2010. And yeah, I invite you to check out Skunk River Radio. Go to skunkriverradio.com. Download the app on the Apple Store, coming soon to the Google Play Store. Also available on Alexa. If you say, Alexa, play Skunk River Radio on TuneIn, it'll come on there. And also working on it being on Google Assistant. But yeah, plenty of ways to listen to Skunk River Radio if you like country music from 1990 through 2010. We're going to the bottom of the 7th. It's do or die time for the Panthers. They're down 9-5 in a battle of Southeast Iowa right here in Iowa City. Keota up 9-5. Bottom of the 7th. Josh Clubb with the play-by-play.
Yeah, look to the 2, 3, and 4 hitters and Smith, Bainbridge, and Hadley to get things started. Smith looks like she's going to take this at bat from the right side. As Aller will try to finish the night out for the Eagles. First pitch to Smith is swung on a miss for strike 1. Foul back. Strike 2. The 0-2 is swung on and missed, dropped. Smith will take off on the drop third, and they will retire her. That'll go down as a strikeout. And out number 1. That'll bring up Maya Bainbridge. This pitch is swung on and hit hard to left field. It's going to drift foul and drop in the corner. Bounces out of play for strike one.
I don't know if anybody's going to be able to retrieve that ball, Josh. It's kind of over there in no man's land.
Well, it's in the warm-up area. And so I saw a couple young boys take off running. I'm sure they'll figure out a way in there. Here's a pitch. High, ball one.
All right, Josh, over to our left, I am seeing a box of donuts.
Steve wants a donut. This pitch is fouled
Whoa.
back and whoo,
Whoa.
bouncing all over the place. Strike number 2 on Bainbridge. Hadley waits on deck. Bainbridge stepped back out to dry her hands off. Pitches. Low, ball number 2. Two and two now to Maya Bainbridge with bottom of the 7th inning with 1 out. Pekin trails by 4. This pitch is roped out in the center field for a single. Maya finds a way on. And that'll bring up Anna Hadley. First pitch to Hadley is inside for ball number 1. Swung on a miss for strike 1. Chase one upstairs. The 1-1. Foul tipped into the catcher's glove for strike 2. Chases one upstairs, fouls it up and out of play. That actually landed right where the foul ball chasers were standing for the longest time, but they have One-two. Swung on a miss. Drop. No, that's going to drop third situation. Bainbridge is going to go to second. She's going to get out.
No.
She got by it. Hadley's out at first. She does not get the base there. First was occupied. She goes down as a strikeout. And Maya Bainbridge was fooled by that as well, as she kind of just jogged out there thinking that they're going to throw it to Hadley and find her way around the tag, but nonetheless, there's 2 outs. Pekin's down to their final out. Kendra Schultz steps in, runner at second. Schultz hits it up the middle. Shortstop fields it, fires the first in time, and that is the ball game. Keota will win 9-5. Interesting number of runs, 9. Pekin coughs up 9 errors. Keota goes 9 runs on 6 hits, 4 errors. Pekin with 5 runs on 8 hits and 9 errors. So that'll do it for Pekin. They drop both of them, unfortunately. Keota gets the win here tonight. They'll improve to 4-4 on the season. Pekin will fall to 5-9.
All right. Well, regardless of the outcome, we have enjoyed our time here at the University of Iowa. It's been a great opportunity to be up here and have these games here tonight. So Pekin comes up short in both, and that will wrap it up for our broadcast tonight We appreciate all of our Pekin supporters and the fans from both Keota and Pekin softball programs. All right, that'll do it. Let's see here. As far as our next game, let's bring that up on our schedule. Coming up next week, we are going to be all over the place. Monday, we've got Keota Sigourney baseball. On Monday, we'll have Pekin Central Lee softball. Wednesday, North Mahaska Keota softball. Thursday, BGM Sigourney softball. Friday, North Mahaska HLVTC baseball. Saturday, Sigourney softball at the Oskaloosa tournament. So busy schedule coming up this next week. That'll do it for tonight. Thanks for tuning in here on Steve Shetler Media.